Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. Hope you're all doing beautifully, and welcome to day 2 of the 11-day Awakening of Humanity conference. Hope you're all doing great and excited for today. Yesterday was the opening ceremony, and that's the way I like to really do these events, whether it's a 3-day conference, live or in person, is that a lot of information and awareness is going to be shared over these 11 days, right? And 3 days, so much content, right? 11 days, just imagine the amount of information that is going to be shared over here. So it was a beautiful day yesterday where we really got to have some activations. We tapped into the astrology, the future of astrology, galactic astrology with Julia Balaz. We started with Emily Gosh, and then we had some transmissions as well that really, I feel, just opened us up to what we're going to be experiencing. And the whole intention of this event, as it says on the graphic, is to infuse the timeline with consciousness. So creating so much awareness and having so many amazing people contributing to this experience and then infusing it in the timeline so they can permeate into the rest of the world. And we can use this content, share it on podcasts, different platforms for years to come. So excited for today, because now we're about to take off and go to a whole other level. So before we get into everything, I want to do a couple announcements. But first of all, I'd love to hear some of you in the chat here. Go ahead and say hello. Let us know if you were here yesterday, what you felt of the energy yesterday, how it was for you. And if you weren't here and want to see the replay, it's on youtube.com/portal to ascension. youtube.com/portal to ascension. You can see our, all the videos are going to be there immediately after the day for you to go ahead and look at again, okay? And today, we're going to start out kind of galactic. And we're definitely going to have galactic awareness over the next few days as well, because, you know, it's one of my favorite topics. But the way it's going to flow this morning, and we're going to get into more metaphysical and empowerment awareness in the afternoon or the late morning if you're in the Pacific time. But this morning, we're going to have Debbie Solaris. We're going to have Tony Gazi, who channels the Mantis beings. And we're going to have Marilyn, who channels Zazar. So very cosmic awareness today in the morning, and we'll go ahead and start in about 10 minutes. But what I want to do is first just show you a couple of things coming up at Portal to Ascension. So the 2 days before this conference actually took place, before we began, Flo was here with me in Spain. We actually did the Lyran conference, which was incredibly epic event, just a whole day event on our galactic origins. And Debbie Solaris was actually a part of that as well. And we've got these 11 days. And when these 11 days are over, we funnel into the Cosmic Dragons Conference, which is our second one. Hopefully this becomes an annual event. So it's our second one, but maybe it's our second annual and we keep going. But I don't know if you felt this, but the energy of the dragons has been increasing lately quite substantially. And yes, we're in the year of the dragons for sure. But the synchronicities around dragons, the amount of people that are talking about dragons is just really increased so much that you can't deny that there's something going on. And I'd love for you, if you feel a connection to dragons, go ahead and say something in the chat. I'd love to hear your connection to dragons, what you feel about it. And so this energy, we're taking off, we're building up the energy. And then once this conference is over on October 18th, we have an all-day event with Flo Karuna and myself as the host. Dark Codes is Flo right here.
What's up, family?
And then we're gonna go into the dragon world, right? And what's happening is a lot of hidden secrets, a lot of hidden truths are coming to the surface, a lot of realizations of a deep inherent truths of who we are going to be following by that. And part of the dragon energy is the serpentine energy, where things are coming out from the underworld to be expressed and for us to deal with, right? Some of them are ugly truths. And then we move into next year into the snake, and we have a year of a snake conference next year as well. And when we move into the snake, the female snake energy, that's going to be also more underworld. So 2 years of serpentine frequencies there. So if you're interested in that, Cosmic Dragons Conference is on our website under events, upcoming events. You can check it out there. If you're watching on our website, all you got to do is click on events and go to upcoming events. Now, the other announcement, and I'll bring on Alan in a second, because Alan, Debbie Dashinger, Debbie Solaris, Tony Gazi, Marilyn, who channels Zazar, the first half of the day today are all going to be a part of this cruise, Galactic Origins cruise. And this is probably not probably, but this is for sure the largest production that I've ever done. The most energy that's ever taken to put on an event. 7 days at sea together, where we're leaving from Orlando, Florida, and we're going to the Yucatan, Costa Maya, Cozumel, Tulum, Belize, Honduras, all while we're on this beautiful cruise ship with around 100, maybe up to 150 people that are part of our crew, and around 20 different speakers. And here, let me just show you the speakers really quick. And I want to talk about this just for a few moments in a moment here, but I want to start out today. We're bringing on Victor in a second here because I would love for him to start us out with a poem just to set the energy for everything we're going to experience. You can see some of the people here. All right, so let's go ahead and let's take a little pause here for a second. Before we bring on Victor, I would love to invite you all, as I would like to do at these conferences, is start out the day with 3 breaths together so we can just synergize our energies and just connect our hearts and create a level of coherence for the movement today and what we're going to be experiencing. So I invite you to close your eyes. On the next exhale, take a deep inhale in into the heart, let it out. Inhale again, and exhale out. One more time, and let it out. I'll go ahead and bring on Victor. Hey, Victor, good morning, brother.
Good morning, Brother Neil. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good, man. It's good to see you. Love for you to share some poetry with us.
I was thinking about a poem that was inspired by a question. For those who don't know me, I spent 44 years in industrial technology, but I also had a spiritual calling in my mid to late 30s, which has extended my calling in life to this point. And this friend inquired about the fact that I was an ordained interfaith minister and says, what is sacred to you as an ordained interfaith minister? And this poem came through me. The warmth of the sun upon the face, a gentle hug or compassionate embrace, someone to listen when we need to be heard, someone to share their wisdom and word. The vows of a couple as husband and wife, the cry of a newborn as it begins life, the comfort of family as we draw the last breath, the promise of rebirth, vanquishing death, the glory of nature, earth, sea, and sky, the beauty of birds as they soar on by, glorious flowers, green plants, and great trees, the industrious work of the insects and bees. In each of these things, we see the divine, the work of creation in which all things align, each one a miracle for all eyes to see. Each one is precious and sacred to me.
Beautiful. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you, Neil.
All right, so let's go ahead and bring on Alan.
Hey,
Alan.
Great, Victor. Great poetry, always, because it's the rhythm of the words, but it's also the sentiment of those words, the feeling of those words that we put together so well. So thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, Neil, just getting back to the cruise, I want to say I think we're going to have a chance to do 2 important meditations. The evening we leave Cape Canaveral, we'll be traveling through the Bermuda Triangle. So let's do an evening meditation on the top deck of the ship, call in like some other dimensions. Hopefully we'll be able to get through that. I think we will. And then on the morning that we return to Cape Canaveral is the winter solstice. So let's do a sunrise meditation,
Yes.
on the morning of the winter solstice, which would be fantastic. On the top deck of the boat, there's usually a space. I haven't been on this boat, but there's a space where we can go and bring our group and do a sunrise meditation. So can we put that on the schedule there? for the?
Yeah, for sure. I'll let Susan know. And yeah, so we do end on December 21st. So it's perfect. I think it's perfect time of year to go to these sites. And December 14th to 21st. So 21st, as we know, is solstice. So we'll plan something because we dock at around 8 a.m. So we can
Yeah,
plan
let's
something.
do a sunrise meditation would be great for everyone to end the trip. Yeah. So
yeah, that'd be beautiful.
Yeah, and of course all the excursions, like when we dock, we'll go out to the land in Mexico, which is really fantastic, right, Debbie? Oh, is Debbie coming on? Unmute, Debbie. And but when we're at sea, we'll have all these great lectures of all these fantastic people. So it is such chock full of adventure, excitement, learning, and just being on a cruise with everyone, being social and just hanging out for 7 days is really, really a lot of fun. Right, Debbie?
Oh my God, Ellen, I can't wait to hang out with you and Neil and Flo and Debbie, Solaris, and the incredible people. You know, what I find, this online, thank God for it, right? It's our way to stay in touch all over the world. Being in person, that's my jam. And I know every single time I do an event like this, I come out with a handful of new friends. Like, hello, that's why I'm friends with you guys now. Right? And it's precious to me, connection, community. So building those relationships on the ship, I'm looking forward to. And also, folks need to know it's not just the price tag includes all the presentations and workshops. However, there are also going to be private sessions. I'm going to be doing shamanic healing sessions. People are doing psychic medium sessions. I think Debbie Solaris might be doing, this is big, Galactic Akashic record reading. So you also have a rare opportunity to work with us one-on-one in your own private session.
Right. And no, it's fantastic. That's a really good point. One more point is all the food you can eat. That's what they say.
I'm going to intermittent fast, so I don't eat so much. You know,
but when you do, it'll be delicious.
Yes.
We just came from Glastonbury. We just had the Glastonbury event. It was 6 days, which was incredible, and it flowed so well. It was beautiful having time to ending the conference around 6-7 o'clock, so we had time to hang out. Because as Alan knows, most of my events go to 11 p.m. and we just pass out afterwards. So having that time and space to really connect with each other and celebrate and have fun, is beautiful. And we're going to be able to do that on the cruise ship. I'm really into jazz. There's a jazz club there as well. So we're going to have some jazz music at night. And then we go to these ancient sites. We have activations, we have adventure, we have comfort, everything that we need. And it's really designed to be a transformational event. Having 7 days together and not only receiving this awareness, receiving sessions, but also breathing together, doing a breathwork together, going and doing different types of meditations and techniques to empower ourselves is also a really huge part of this cruise. So for everybody tuning in, if you're interested, the cruise ship is actually running out of rooms. Yeah, really quickly, which normally doesn't happen. Most other cruises that Susan's done, it hasn't happened. So for us, it's unfortunately happening. So galacticoriginscruise.com if you're interested. And you can go to the register page, contact Diane. She's the travel agent. Because the cruise ship is running out of rooms, we need to do everything on individual basis now. You can't just register. You have to contact our travel agent. So if you're interested, please do come. And it's going to be an incredible time, especially before Christmas too, that whole holiday season.
And can I be really transparent about something?
Yeah, please.
Regarding the cruise, this is super vulnerable. The good news, I'm very, very excited about the land excursions. I've never been to Belize, Honduras, Cozumel, Tulum, never been there. So I'm super psyched, but here's the vulnerable part. I was looking yesterday at the pictures, stunning where we're going, these ancient sites. And then there's a photo where we're allowed to climb to the top of this ancient pyramid. I think it's the Mayan one. And I had a panic attack looking at it from the side. So what you guys don't know, is bold and brave and out there as I am, I have a thing about heights, like it's big. And I want so much to climb it, but I'm really afraid because there's no railings. So I hope more and more people will be there to rally me. And it's so scary to say it out loud because then I'll have to do it. But to get to the top, like, and then get to the bottom, by the way, both. But I would love everybody's love and support, like, to overcome that so I could do that on this trip and not have any regrets.
Right. Maybe it's a past life in Maya land that you had.
Maybe you tripped on one of those rugs in the past life.
Or my head was cut off and rolled down the steps.
Interesting, because some of the steps are so small that you need to have like a size 2 shoe, right? But then some of them are so big that if you're climbing those every day, you got to have a 6-pack abs, because like just when I was living in Mexico one time, I had a pyramid right next to me around like 10-minute walk in Uxmal, and I would go and hike up those pyramids every day. But it didn't help me with my abs though. But
it didn't. Wow.
Well, you have to lean into the climb, like lean forward, and then you'll be okay.
We'll support you. I'll hold your hand if you need me to. Okay.
Okay, yeah. I will need. And Alan, I know how you climb. You're like a goat, because I did some of the pyramids with you in Mexico City, and you're like,
right.
Pop, pop, pop.
Right.
Anyway, there, you know, my kryptonite now. That's my thing. So, you know, come people to have fun and to help me.
We'll climb next to you. We'll hold each of your hands.
Okay, thank you.
You'll be okay.
I'm EFT tapping right now with the panic. Thank you.
You'll be, and you don't have to do it if you don't want to, but it's there if you want to, like, see if you can do it.
I want to.
All right. Well, you're probably an old Mayan princess that was sacrificed at the top.
That's interesting.
One step at a time. We'll make it happen.
Yes. Take it one step at a time.
All right. So let's get into it, everybody. So excited for today. And just to share the schedule one more time and where you can find it, 11daysofawakening.com, okay, to sign up for this conference. You can go to 11daysofawakening.com, takes you to our website. If you're on YouTube or any other platform, want to come into the StreamYard room, go ahead and do that. If you want to donate at any point, just announcement here that everybody who donates gets entered into a drawing to win 3 months of Portal to Ascension events. And you can check out our events. We got some epic things coming up in the next 3 months, and we'll draw the winner either on day 11 or the day after, depending on the flow. And today, the schedule, also 11daysofawakening.com, go down halfway there and you can see the schedule for all 11 days. And we're starting with Debbie Solaris, that Debbie Dashing is going to bring on in a second, Tony Gazi, Marilyn who channels Zazar, Uri Lee, Igor, Zoe Davenport, and then we're ending today with some music with JClay. So nice. Let's do it.
Cool. Very cool. What a beautiful lineup. And we're going to start off with a bang here with my dear friend, Debbie Solaris. She does extraordinary work out in the world. I think most of you know her. And if you don't, boy, are you in for a treat. So this is a woman who is married to a man totally into UFOs, and she was a non-believer, much like I was once upon a time, total non-believer in all of this stuff. But, you know, the universe and divine timing. So Debbie looked at the planet and saw the mayhem that it was, and she made a prayer to whatever up there, out there, in here, and said, please help us. We need help here on this earth. And she went to sleep and she woke up on an Arcturian starship. She got to meet her Arcturian family. And like many people who are open to this and have this experience, zip files, downloads, all went into her. She knew the truth. She knew that ETs existed, UFOs existed. She got to meet her star family, and her whole mission on Earth and her career changed. Now, for quite some time, for over a decade, she's been doing these Akashic galactic readings, changing people's lives like mine. And she doesn't do them so much now. She does a lot of online classes that you can join at her website. And Debbie is an extraordinary person because pretty much anything you ask her galactically, even if she doesn't know, she gets out of the way. She becomes what I call in shamanic terms a hollow bone and receives the information to come through. So today we are in for such a treat because she is doing a presentation for all of us. So the first thing I want to say before I bring her on is happy anniversary, happy birthday, Neil. Portal to Ascension. Let's give some love and magic and donations. And then I want to say, just so you know, when you're a speaker, there's a lot of energy before you start. Even if you've done this a gabillion times, there's a lot of energy, right? Excitement. So what I'm going to ask everyone to do right now is just take a breath. And let's send Debbie Solaris and all the speakers after her as well from this day forward. Let's just send a lot of love because they're showing up for all of us to up-level, upgrade our game, our life, our knowledge. So with great love and sending her so much magic, I welcome my dear friend, Debbie Solaris, to Portal to Ascension. It's so great to have you here.
It's great to be here, and greetings to everybody from beautiful Colorado. I'm so lucky to live here, actually. It's just an amazing state to live in. And we got beautiful weather today. We got mid 70s, so perfect weather, nice and sunny. Anyway, I'm glad to be here. Just about the cruise, Debbie, I'm there with you. I don't like heights either, so we'll hold on to each other as we go up the Mayan temple. But
okay, thank you.
Yeah. And regarding Akashic readings, I still do them, but my waiting list is so freaking long. I think it's like 3,000 people. I mean, you can request to be on the waiting list, but it'll probably be years before I get to your name. So if you decide to go on the cruise, you'll get an opportunity to have an Akashic reading with me without having to wait for 3,000 people. So
that's huge. That's huge.
So that's a really big thing. So so I will be offering, readings. I think starseed readings and Akashic readings on the cruise. And I'm also going to be doing a paid event. So it'd be like I think a 3-hour deal on starseed health and anti-aging. And I'm also going to be doing another free presentation. So that one I think is 90 minutes. So yeah, lots of great speakers, events. I mean, it's going to be, and of course, we're going to have the big party scene, on the ship. So I'm looking forward to hanging out with Deb again. It's been a few months, but
yeah, we're due.
Yeah.
We are due for an in-person experience. And so if you really, this is like a rare opportunity, be at sea, which is beautiful, right?
Yeah.
Sea emotions and all of that. We'll be transitioning so much. Bermuda Triangle on one end and the solstice on the other, all together. Beautiful land excursions. And then to get to know us in person in this way doesn't really happen. So definitely join us. Debbie, I'm going to turn it over to you to do your amazing presentation. I can't wait to hear what you're going to say. And I'm sending you all my love.
Thanks, everybody. I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody. So my presentation today is going to be on the Galactic Akashic records, because that's my specialty, and how that's going to impact our ascension. And we're going to talk a lot about different star races as well in this presentation. So it's not just going to be about the Akashic records in themselves. So let me go ahead and get my slideshow set up here. Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay, and then I'm going to hit play. Okay, so all right, I'm not sure where my little thing is, but I'm going to go ahead and do the best I can with this presentation. So this is so I've been doing work with the Akashic records for about a little over 10 years, and I've definitely seen some patterns and some information that definitely, I think, can be life-changing for all of us and also help us accelerate our ascension process. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. So let's get into the first slide here. So the Akashic records, what are they? I think most people here know what they are. So forgive me for, just going through this basic explanation if you already know what they are, but they're known as the Book of Life. That's what the Bible calls it. and they're understood to be the universe's supercomputer system. They're the central storehouse of all information for every single being that has ever lived in this universe and beyond. So you can even access information from the Akashic records on different universes. So these records contain our every thought, deed, word, feeling, and intent. They have a tremendous influence on our everyday lives, our relationships, our feelings, our belief systems, and the potential realities that we bring towards us. So a lot of people don't realize this, but a lot of times, we get, we get questions about, where does this information come from? Well, it's coming from all of us, so all of us, we have, higher selves, higher guides that are actually us. And so we create our own stories in the Akashic records through our thoughts, actions, and interactions. So what's the difference between the Galactic Akashic records and the Earth-based records? So what's the difference here? Just trying to get my notes lined up here. So a lot of people here on Earth still think that we only have access to Earth-based records. And maybe that was true for quite a few decades. But I would say in the last couple of decades, because the consciousness has expanded, it definitely has changed, where now a lot of us are starting to get access to records that are off-world records. So I believe that the Earth records only showcase a very small part of our soul journeys. So many of us are ancient souls that have incarnated in many different star systems and realities. And a lot of us have incarnated on this planet during this particular time. But we're actually ancient souls that have had many different incarnations in many different star systems, dimensional realms, and different realities. So with this presentation, we'll gain a greater understanding of the full scope of the Galactic Akashic records that encompass our collective stories from our extraterrestrial star origins and history. So a lot of people ask, well, how do you read the Galactic Akashic records? So how do I access this information? Well, it can be very challenging at first, not because we don't have access to it. A lot of us, I would say pretty much all of us, have access to the Galactic records. That's without any exceptions. But the reason why it can be challenging at first is because you're either not getting a good connection with the Akashic records, or you're getting too much information at once. So let me talk about the first point here. So yes, we all have access to the Akashic records. We don't need a special password to get into the records that go beyond Earth. But what happens with a lot of folks is that they don't have practice. So maybe they haven't really expanded their extrasensory perception or their psychic abilities, or even opened their third eye. A lot of it's just third eye work, to be quite honest. So then they're not able to get past those blockages, those third eye and crown chakra blockages that might be preventing them from, connecting with the records. Usually when you do the process correctly, you'll connect right away. So that's one barrier. The other barrier is that you may be accessing the records, but you're getting way too much information at once. And it's just overwhelming. That used to happen to me when I first started accessing the Akashic records, where I was just like overwhelmed with hours and hours and hours of information. So what you want to do there is do what I call the dial down method, where you imagine a dial in your head and you ask the guides to help you dial it down so you can get a steady stream of information. The other issue that we might be having when accessing these records is having a good understanding of galactic history. So a lot of times, because, you know, we've been programmed here on Earth to not believe in things beyond this planet, we don't have a really good understanding of the galactic history. So we don't understand, and we've never been taught, you know. So having an understanding of galactic history kind of helps us to interpret what we're seeing when we're accessing the galactic records beyond Earth. So that way, if we're seeing something, we can recognize, oh yeah, that looks like that might be coming from Andromeda, or oh, I think that's a Pleiadian past life I'm looking at. So this is very important concepts here. So we're going to get into some of these galactic races. So a lot of us here on planet Earth now have an understanding that Earth has a much more complex and older history than originally thought. And this has been influenced by many different extraterrestrial star races. So it's been said that the star races and systems that have influenced Earth are at least 22 different star races. And it might be even more, but these are the ones that I've been working a lot with, you know, in the many years I've been doing Akashic readings. And so we're going to talk about some of these systems. Unfortunately, I don't have the time today to talk about all of them. I would love to, but just time is limited here, but I'll at least name all the systems. So the star races and systems that have influenced Earth and even seeded various genetics and DNA on Earth include Lyra Vega, so Vega being the biggest star in the Lyra system, Antares. Our next speaker, Tony Gazi, is going to talk more about Antares. Andromeda, that's the galaxy and the constellation, in case you're wondering. Arcturus, Sirius, A, B, and C, Procyon, Pleiades, Hyades, Aldebaran, Draco, Orion, Zeta Reticuli, Pegasus, Cassiopeia, Alpha Centauri, Beta Centauri, Venus, Maldek and Mars, Apollonia, Pavilla, Orion Nebula, Tau Ceti, and more. So let's get into what's going on, how everything all started, what's going on, how do we get into this crazy reality that we're all in right now. So in the beginning, so this is our origin story. So our origin story, how everything all started in this galaxy. So in the beginning, Source wanted to create alternate aspects of itself. And Source always kind of follows a template. So it initially split into Father God and Mother God consciousness energies. And that's pretty much the going template for everything in our current universe. So in our particular universe, the beginnings of this separation occurred in Andromeda Galaxy. So Andromeda Galaxy is the closest galaxy to the Milky Way, and it was the galaxy that the Milky Way was birthed from. So there was co-creator beings that created so these were beings that were huge light beings that were co-creator beings that created stars and nebulas and planets, and they decided to create the Milky Way to be the backdrop for this separation into physical reality. So the Antares, before I get into Antares, I just want to mention that I always call the Andromeda Galaxy the mother galaxy because it is the mother of this galaxy. So there was a separation billions of years ago. So getting into Antares, so what's Antares? Antares is a star system in the Scorpio constellation in the Milky Way. And it was one of two major stargates, the other one being Arcturus. But even though there are two stargates, major ones, Antares Stargate was created to be a portal between the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way. Now, the Galactic Center, which is located between Antares Stargate or nearest Antares Stargate, between the constellations of Scorpio and Sagittarius, was the original location of our star councils that oversaw the creation process in our Milky Way. So initially, everything kind of converged into this galactic center. And this is where the star councils started to be created. So, so remember I talked about the splitting off of the mother God and father God consciousness energies. This in turn turned into oversouls that then created a multitude of these star councils. So these co-creator beings that we also know as the Elohim or the founders, they decided to create physical life in Lyra for a couple of reasons. First of all, it was fairly close to Galactic Center. So if you see on a star map, here's Galactic Center, here's the Aquila, which is the Eagle constellation, and right above Aquila is Lyra. And Lyra also had the conditions that were most favorable for physical life. Now, the founder races that were developed in the Lyra constellation include the feline and avian races. I do want to give a caveat here, though, about the felines and the avians. They weren't necessarily, they were creating in Lyra, but they actually originated from a different universe. So these are ancient etheric beings that go from universe and universe to universe to start the process of life. So this in Lyra, we had these co-creator feline and avian races, as well as the elementals that were the inherent energies from beings that were chose to incarnate from the Andromeda galaxy group. And then we had the two human races, the white Lyran race and the blue Vegan humanoids. Okay, so these galaxy constellations and star systems are major features in our Akashic records because all life in our galaxy originated there. So many humans here on Earth feel a connection with the Andromeda galaxy because it was the home base for many of our souls. So I get a lot of people that I did readings for that told me they felt a connection with Andromeda galaxy. They didn't quite understand why, but it's because all of us ultimately at one point originated from there on some etheric level. Now, the Lyra constellation is also a big feature in many Akashic readings because for many of us, we've had our original physical incarnations in this system. So how does the Lyra Vegan civilization culture impact us today? So how does this happen? So a lot of people, I think by now know that there was a horrific, catastrophic war between the Lyrans and the Draconians who were in the Draco constellation. So the Draconians decided they were going to invade Lyra, take it over, and so there was 50 million Lyran lives that were lost. There was quite a few survivors as well, but how does this impact us today? So some of the trauma signatures that we still are, I think, clearing out, a lot of us on an emotional and an energetic level, include lessons regarding traumas, betrayal, abandonment, and injustice. So these are like common themes we see in a lot of human realities, even here on Earth, as well as the Lyran positive qualities of ingenuity. So these people had to figure out how they were going to survive in a strange, reality where they had to leave their homes. They were survivors, so survival is a big theme. Flexibility and a pure open heart. We're going to move on into Arcturus. So this is my home world and have great love for this system. So Arcturus is an orange giant star that's approximately 37 light years from Earth and is located in the Bodas constellation. So remember that star map I told you about Aquila and and Lyra. So here's Lyra, and then we have Draco over here, and then on the other side of Draco is the Bodas constellation, which, so you can see that all these star systems are located fairly close to each other. So these, Arcturus actually means, in Greek, Arctos and Uros, so it means bear guardian. And that's exactly what the Arcturians people were, or beings. They were the guardians of the galaxy, as I call them. So the Arcturus star system is the home of one of the most advanced alien civilizations in our galaxy. So this is a 5D to 11D vibrational civilization, a prototype for future civilizations. So I can go on and on about Arcturus, but we have a lot of slides to get through. So I'm just going to say that Arcturian beings are well known for their total focus in the areas of psychospiritual healing and unity consciousness. And they were also one of the first races that had this beautiful ability to combine spirituality with technology. So this was a very technologically advanced star race. Okay, so what's their impact on the Akashic records? So Arcturus is considered to be one of the two major stargates in our galaxy. I already mentioned the first one, which is Antares. Now, unlike Antares, which is a portal, so it's a portal between two galaxies, Arcturus is a stargate where millions of souls are processed. So it's the stargate that processes souls after death and before their next incarnation. So because of this, these Arcturian beings that were processing all these souls through the stargate had to constantly access the Akashic records, because a lot of times they would go through a life review, goals, then talk about, okay, what is your goals for the next lifetime, and then help them to select the appropriate place to incarnate into. So for that reason, the Arcturians are considered to be the keepers of the Akashic records. So how does their civilization impact us today? So a lot of people don't know this. This was something I actually saw in the Akashic records. So the Lyra wasn't the only star system that was attacked by Draco. Arcturus was also attacked by Draconian forces who wanted to take control of the Stargate. So because of that, the Arcturians not only had to improve their technology, probably overnight, but also go through this expansive evolution in consciousness. So these were beings that went through tremendous stress and trauma, but unlike the Lyrans, they didn't lose their home world. They were able to thankfully save the Stargate and also save Arcturus. So because of this, Arcturians and even Arcturian starseeds are considered to be spiritual heavyweights in service to others. So some of the lessons that we might get from the Arcturus star system, is dealing with negative thinking, materialism, and ego, which sounds very counterintuitive to an Arcturian being, but this is the flip side of the Arcturian experience, as well as their positive qualities of wisdom, sensitivity, teaching, and spiritual guidance. Okay, we're moving on to Sirius. Okay, we're going to take a little journey through the galaxy. So the Sirius system is one of the Earth's nearest neighbors, and is the brightest star in our night sky, being only 8.6 light years away. So Sirius was very, very close to Earth and had a huge impact on Earth's civilization. So after the fall of Lyra, many of the Vegan and Lyran starships that escaped the wars settled in Sirius, and they started initially colonizing the system of Sirius A. Now, Sirian colonists have a great drive for technological advancement during the early days of Sirian colonization. So what I mean by that is these were people that just went through a lot of trauma in their original worlds. So they didn't want to have a repeat of that experience. So the Sirians were really pushing for technology, I mean, they spent generations really advancing their technology. And so that was their focus initially during their colonization phase. Now, another star system that's located very close to Sirius is Procyon. So Procyon, Sirius is in Canis Major. Procyon is its neighbor in Canis Minoris, which is about 11.4 light years from Earth and is also close to Sirius. Now, unlike the Sirians, who are kind of like a combination of vegan, blue vegan, and white Lyran genetics, the Procyonians were very Nordic looking. They were highly technically advanced, and they were interdimensional space travelers who often worked closely with the Sirians. Now, what was their impact on the Akashic records? So the Sirians actually created the Sirian mystery schools after generations of collecting information from their exploration missions. The Sirian mystery schools have played a major part in the Galactic Akashic records and also in the collective consciousness of Earth humans. So when I was doing readings, that was the other theme I saw over and over again, that a lot of us have either gone through the Sirian mystery schools as souls, in our previous incarnations, or we may have even taught at these mystery schools, or we have some sort of connection. So a lot of our current knowledge in the areas of science, spirituality, and physical medicine came from Sirius. So Sirius is considered to be the masters of physical healing. And so a lot of our healing modalities originated from Sirius. So how does the Sirian and also the Procyonian civilization and culture impact us today? So as I mentioned before, they were known as the masters of physical healing. So the Sirians actually started adding a lot of their own DNA to the genetic material of Homo sapiens forebears. So here on Earth today, many Earth people are genetically identical to Sirian DNA. So all of us have a certain percentage of Sirian DNA. Now, the Procyonian race, interestingly enough, has also contributed their DNA to our Earth genetics. So during the early days of Earth colonization, they were also contributing their DNA, and that's probably where we see a lot of the Nordic, like Scandinavian and Northern European genetics, where a lot of that came from Procyon. So some of the lessons that we might get from Sirius and Procyon star systems include self-limitation, old school thinking, and avoiding risks. But the positive side of that is these beings they were service to other type of beings. They're usually gifted healers. Sirius more with medicine. Procyonians more with wellness, like being a dietitian or exercise, and also being responsible and practical. We're moving on to the Pleiades. So we got some beautiful slides here of the Pleiades star system. And as you can see, it's a cluster. It's not just one star. So this is located in the Taurus constellation, which is approximately 500 light years from planet Earth. So it's quite far. And if you were to look at Pleiades in the night sky, you could see it with your naked eye, but it looks really, really far and fuzzy. I always get excited when I'm able to see Pleiades in a clear night sky. Now the Hyades is also in the Taurus constellation. But it's located a little bit closer to Earth. So it's another star cluster. It's the one that makes up the V in the Taurus constellation. And it's only a distance of 150 light years. It's a little bit closer. Aldebaran, even though it's seen within that V formation, isn't considered to be part of the Hyades star cluster. Aldebaran's only about 65 light years from Earth. So just like in Sirius and Procyon, Lyran refugees initially sought refuge in the star systems of Alcyon and Taygeta in the Pleiades star cluster, and eventually started colonizing other systems within the Pleiades. Now, some Lyran refugees ended up colonizing the nearby systems of the Hyades and Aldebaran system as well. Oops. go back to that slide. Okay, so what's the Pleiadian impact on the Akashic records? So the Pleiadians are a peaceful race of extraterrestrials who currently hold chairs on the higher galactic councils. And these Pleiadian light councils perform many different tasks overseeing Pleiadian relations with the rest of the galaxy and is connected with the Galactic Federation. The Pleiadian contribution to unity consciousness and galactic teamwork have had a huge impact on human development, not just here on Earth, but all throughout the galaxy. Now, the Hyadian people, a lot of people don't know about the Hyadians and the Aldebarans, but they were also part of the Taurus constellation. Now, the Hyadians were more introspective and gentler, and probably not as involved with star travel or technologies as their Pleiadian and Aldebaran cousins, but they have contributed greatly in the areas of creativity and craftsmanship. And they were also known to be the masters of facilitative leadership. So how does the Pleiadian, Hyadian, Aldebaran civilization and culture impact us today? So a lot of people don't know this, but all of Earth's languages have been heavily influenced by the Lyran Pleiadian language known as Tamil. The Pleiadians have also contributed greatly to our development in metaphysics and spirituality. And also, they've been kind of like our guides, I would say, especially in the latter part of our development here on Earth, and also in Atlantis and Lemuria. Now, the Hyadians, like I mentioned before, influenced the concept of facilitative leadership and the administrative planning of world affairs. Aldebaran people influenced technology and space exploration. And we see this particularly with some of the goings on in World War II, which is a whole other conversation. So lessons from the Pleiadian, Aldebaran, and Hyades star systems include spiritual bypassing, codependency and appeasement, as well as their positive qualities of optimism, empathy, transmutation, and being a true light worker. Okay, next system we're going to talk about is Andromeda. Now, for the sake of this presentation, because we mentioned Andromeda Galaxy earlier, even though you see the galaxy here, we're actually talking about the constellations. So Andromeda is the 19th biggest star system in the night sky. It's located in the first quadrant of the northern hemisphere. Lyran refugees who escaped the Lyran wars. So there was pretty much ships that went everywhere. The ones that were heading towards Andromeda ended up seeking refuge in the Cassiopeia constellation, which actually looks like an upside down W, has kind of a zigzaggy look to it. That this was considered to be a way station for space travelers. So even though the Lyrans were initially really wanting to colonize Cassiopeia, it wasn't really conducive to be colonized. So the Cassiopeian beings that lived there recommended Andromeda as a new home for these Lyran travelers. So the Lyran refugees ended up settling in 2 solar systems in the Andromeda constellation. That was Alpharaz and Meroc, as well as in Pegasus and other nearby constellations. So in Andromeda, there's at least 28 different species of beings, and some of them are humanoid and some of them aren't. So what's their impact on the Akashic records? Now, unlike the other systems, the Andromedans were a little bit more hands-off because they were so remote. I mean, even their constellation is 2,000 light years away. So they had to pretty much develop their civilizations on their own. Now, they are known to be the masters of all forms of scientific and technological endeavors. However, I I have quite a few Andromedan starseed clients and friends who are gifted in alternative healing and creative in arts and music. And because they didn't have as much of an impact on the development of the Earth Genome Project, even though there was a few Andromedan colonies on planet Earth, particularly in the Pacific Rim and Southeast Asia, and the UK. There's also I think there was an Andromedan colony in the UK as well. But because they didn't have as much of an impact, there's less Andromedan souls incarnated here on Earth than beings from other star systems in our Milky Way galaxy. So how does their civilization impact today? So Andromeda, Cassiopean, Pegasus. So these are the three systems that are located very close to each other. So this is an interesting information. This is something I saw in the records. Millions of years ago, the Andromedans visited Earth. And this was during the time when the Syrians were also first starting to colonize and do genetic manipulations on the Earth Genome Project. However, the Andromedans were mainly involved with studying the flora and fauna of Earth, so they weren't that interested in getting involved with developing humans. But because of all the amazing work they did with the flora and fauna, their scientific endeavors actually helped the Syrians with their genetic projects. So Andromedan humanoid races, actually, because they respect the universal law of free will and freedom, they didn't want to really interfere that much with the Earth human evolution. So unlike all the other races, they're just kind of like a little bit more hands-off. Now, some of the lessons we might see from the Andromedan, Pegasus, and Cassiopean star systems include escapism, nonconformity, and inability to compromise. So if you're an Andromedan starseed, these might be themes that keep popping up even in your Earth life, as well as visionary, technological advancements, innovation, and frequency navigators. Okay, so that's pretty much going to conclude my presentation. I just have a couple of more slides here. So we're now in a transitional generation that's bringing in the new closing age of enlightenment. So our parents, grandparents, and our Earth ancestors didn't know about personal responsibilities the way we know it now, nor did they ever consider it possible to have access to their own spiritual awakening and growth. So the Galactic Akashic Records, like I mentioned before, was not widely available to us here on Earth until now, because there had to be a development of enough development of the mass consciousness to be able to handle this resource. So during the last few years, we have seen an explosion in meditation, heart-mind connection work, personal healing, and light clearing work, which has helped us to use the Galactic Akashic Records for personal growth and global healing. So the Akashic Records is the key to our ascension and the up-leveling of the planet as we create the foundations for our new high vibrational Earth. So as we heal souls, as we clear and heal these souls, all of us, both individually and collectively, in the Akashic Records, we develop a ripple effect amongst our friends and families, clearing lifetimes of energies and raising the vibrations of all. Also, the current mass consciousness interest in UFOs, extraterrestrials, and our cosmic galactic history has certainly given us the key to not only access the galactic aspects of the Akashic Records, but to honor and understand them enough to use the ancient knowledge within to connect planet Earth to its true destiny as a bona fide member of the greater galactic star family. We are the bridge of light to this new expansive reality. So that's pretty much going to conclude my presentation. If you like what I've shared today and you want to connect with me, please visit my website. It's just simply debbiesolaris.com. And I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing here. Okay, so let me stop sharing the presentation. So hopefully that helps. So I hope you guys enjoyed that presentation, and I hope that it'll inspire you to do your own journeys in the Galactic Akashic Records.
Amazing, Debbie. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
I'm curious, what are you going to be presenting on the cruise? Is it going to be going deeper into specific races, or what exactly?
Yeah, it's going to be going more into the specifics. Like in this presentation, because I was limited on time, I only had time to do a little bit of an overview. But with the free presentation, I'm going to go a little deeper into the specifics of each of these races. And then my paid presentation is, as star seeds, how can we improve our health and employ some anti-aging techniques to help us age slower here on Earth. So, yeah, so it's going to be really, it gets into star lineages. Like if you're like a Lyran, for instance, what health issues are you more prone to having? What can you do to mitigate that? So it's going to be really, really detailed.
And where did you get that information on the different health conditions based on our races?
Just from doing thousands of Akashic readings and seeing trends and patterns. So it was all my own work. Yeah.
That's amazing. Do you have a book, Debbie? Do you have
I
a book
don't yet, but I'm working on one. So I hope to
Yeah.
have it available by next year.
Maybe a series of books if you have that much
Yeah, I
information.
think it's going to be a series of books. It's a lot of information. But,
amazing. Debbie,
yeah.
thank you so much. I appreciate you very
much.
much.
Thank you for having me on.
You're very welcome. We'll see you
Yeah.
soon. All right, take care.
Take care.
All right, everybody. Beautiful. Thank you so much again to Debbie. And a lot of you just joined us. So hello and welcome. Good morning if you're tuning in right now. And we're going to get right into Tony Gazi in just a second here. But if you're just joining us, I want to let you know that on the website, 11daysofawakening.com, 11daysofawakening.com, scroll down there just a tad bit and you'll be able to find the schedule for the whole 11 days. So tune into the schedule there, and we're going for around 6 hours a day. So now let's get into Tony Gazi. Really excited to bring Tony on. And actually, like, you know, the Antares has been coming up quite strongly over the last 2 years for me. I would say the last 2 years has been, you know, I've been in this world researching for 23 years and 16 years of events. But for the last 2 years, Orion, Dragons, and Antares have all been coming in strong. And Tony reached out to me, when was it? I don't even know, 6 months ago, 7 months ago, something like that. And he was sharing with me that he basically, who he is and what he, and I'll read his bio right now, and he brings in the Mantis beings and he connects to Antares. And he sent me an email about the cruise that we're doing, because he's also a presenter on the cruise, and said that he'd love to be a part of it. And, you know, already had my roster for my speakers. I even had a waiting list. But when I saw the Antarian heart in there, I just felt this resonance immediately, and I had to explore more. And within one day, I think maybe even the same day, we got on a phone call. And you're going to experience Tony now, especially if you come on the cruise, you experience him even more. And this is the first time he's on a Portal to Ascension event. So it's his debut here. And his energy is incredible. It's contagious. Makes you feel so great about life just having a conversation with him. But the fact that he was speaking about Antares, and I had a regression, one of my first regressions over the last 2 years, I went to Antares and I realized I had a connection there, and also Orion. And Debbie Solaris just spoke about the portal, the Stargate on Antares, and then I also saw myself in Orion with the Stargate there. So there's some connections there with these places and these portal planets. And, you know, something I always say is I'm a skeptic at heart. You know, I'm not a skeptic at heart. I'm a healthy skeptic, okay? I'm a healthy skeptic. And so it takes a lot for me and a lot of confirmations. And even though a lot of the awareness that I'm into, super metaphysical, super out there, right? But honestly, when you have all these different things confirming it and all these energies validating your experience, having a regression on Antares, the next day or a few days later, someone talking to you about Antares, or finding Tony Gazi's website where his title is The Entire Heart, and then all of a sudden all these presenters that I had on my platform that never mentioned Antares are speaking about Antares now too. So there is some sort of energy going on, and I feel when these things come into our field, the frequency of that area is coming to be processed, to be healed. Something is going on where that theme of that incarnational experience that we've had is relevant for this moment now. So I'm excited to bring on Tony Gazi, also known as the Antarian Heart. He's a trance channeler, spiritual guide working through the praying mantis beings, specifically from the Antares Stargate. Tony brings channeled messages of unconditional love and integration to help guide humanity back to his true self and essence, activating remembrance of who you really are and creating a life of empowerment and enlightenment. At the Galactic Origins Cruise, he will be unveiling the world's first and only praying mantis crystal skulls to you, and they're activated by 20 million year old praying mantis beings that is preserved in petrified amber that was discovered in Chiapas, Mexico, an 8,000 year old Egyptian Anubis tablet artifact recently unearthed in Jalisco, Mexico as well. Tony, along with the crystal skulls, will lovingly facilitate for you power of remembrance through direct contact, channel light codes. And this is just a little bit about his experience on the cruise, but ultimately Tony is bringing in the Antarian Heart and bringing the Mantis being. So let's go ahead and welcome him to the awakening of humanity. Hey, brother.
Hey, Neil, how are you?
It's so good to finally see you.
I know. We've been talking for like 4 or 5 months, and
I know, man.
And we've never met in person. So,
No.
but thank you for the love. Thank you for the introduction. I had a big smile on my face as you were describing how we kind of met in the whole Antarian connection. So thank you.
When those synchronicities happen, you need to follow them because you don't know where it's going to lead, you know? And that's how I felt from you from the moment that you connected with me, the energy of your email. I felt like it was a soul brother that I've had many incarnations with connecting with me, and we had to make it happen sooner than later. So I'm just really honored to know you, brother, and I can't wait to actually dive in deeper with you and get to know you more on the cruise.
Thank you. I feel the same way, and just life has been a big magical whirlwind for me because I just awoke not too long ago, right? 3 years ago, and I began channeling about 1.5 years ago, and all of a sudden I'm at all these events, and my whole life is transforming, my whole look is transforming, my whole ideas are, everything is becoming magical, and I'm just going with the flow with no inhibition. So now I do my nails, which is crazy, right? And I have an eyeliner here, and it's just part of creation, and this is the yin, the yin and the yang, and that's the yang, or the So thank you. So I'm just following my heart without any reservation. As you know, I'm a realtor, right? And I still do real estate. So out there in the 3D world, I'm like this, and with the eyes and everything, and with all with all of the symbols, and I'm really following my heart and just being who I am and I'm not doing for others. I'm just doing because this is who I am as of today, which could change a week from now, right? But
yeah, man. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that you're just doing it from your heart, completely without expectations, attachment, no neediness. You're just 100% you, man, and that's what feels really good.
Thank you.
So, all right. So what are you gonna do for us today?
Well, I can give you my whole history, but maybe not, because I think people, may love the history about how I awoke, but maybe I can channel for
I think
for the audience.
Yes.
Would they be able to chat and ask questions if they want to ask questions? Or is that
if you're trans channeling, do you want me to ask the questions or can you read it?
No, I'll be gone because I have my eyes closed.
Yeah, so go ahead and do your thing, and whenever you're ready for questions, I can go ahead and get them from the chat.
Okay, perfect.
So everybody tuning in, if you have any questions at any point, just go ahead and type it out and I'll ask it.
Yes. And just quickly, that the praying mantis beings, because people have this preconceived notion that they're insects and they're mean and or whatever, the fear of insects. They're the most loving, unconditionally loving beings, along with many other beings, right? They're not the only ones, but just the vibration and the frequency that they bring through is off the charts. And know that beyond the words that they say, there's a lot of light codes energetical like wavelength that is seeping through like the internet, like through our infinite like interconnectedness. So there's more that's being shared that your mind isn't really like receiving yet, but like your consciousness is. And like for your audience, I have always stuttered. I use the word and then I use the word like to help me transition. But when I channel, there's like zero stuttering. It's the most flowy speech I've ever like been in, and it is my proof for me that, oh my God, I am in a different state, because I know that I stutter every single minute of all my life, and then like when I channel, it all kind of goes away. So I'll begin in a few seconds. They'll bring a message through, and they say you're welcome to ask a question or pose a statement or something like that, and then you can begin like reading the chat, and we can go from there. Okay.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Just keep an open heart. Just open your heart and go beyond the words. And if you feel called to close your eyes as the messages are coming through, like please do so. And then when they ask you guys to ask questions, like you're welcome to type it in the chat for Neil to ask. And from the Antares Stargate, we come through in this way to co-create with you this beautiful reality of oneness, to merge our hearts with your hearts, to be one in sound and vibration with you, to be one consciousness that we already and always are. And as we bring in these frequencies and vibrations to align your hearts, to align your awareness, to expand your consciousness to the infinite that it already is, know that we are becoming the one source that we always have been, that we always are. Your humanity is awakening to the beyond, beyond of the beyond of the beyond, to the nature of the infinite essence that you are, to the nature of the infinite love that you are, to the bright white light that you always have been, the engine that is within your hearts. As your hearts are the infinite portals of creation. Your hearts are the doorways, the gateways, the openings to any realities that you choose and prefer. And as your humanity is awakening to the idea that you are the infinite, you are divine, you are source, you are love, you are light, you are beginning to remember the many aspects of who you are, the multidimensionality of the essence of who you naturally are. You naturally are everything. You are the wisdom. You are infinity itself. You are the cosmos. You are all of it, all at once. But as a soul, as a creator, as a source itself, you have decided to come to Earth, as you know, to experience limitation because you have experienced already the unlimited. Remember, you have already been the unlimited aspect of who you are. You have already been aware of the unlimitedness of who you are. And what a beautiful gift you are giving to all of us, as many of us are watching you, many of us are observing you, Mantis collectives or others and others. Many other consciousnesses and beings that your mind cannot even fathom or comprehend or even be able to begin to draw them are watching you with reverence because you are, and we view you as our ascended masters. You have chosen to come here to go through the idea of forgetting to be able to re-experience your infinite power. And it is through the idea of forgetfulness that you have the opportunity to remember the infinite power that is within. And every experience that you have had, every choice that you made, are making, will make in the infiniteness of time is ascended mastery. Every experience that you observe others is ascended mastery. Ascension, enlightenment, becoming more expanded is literally that. There is nothing but the now moment. We oftentimes talk about the idea of destination. Well, you are infinite. And if you do understand the idea of infinite and infinity, that you keep on going and going and going and going and going and going and going, there is no destination to reach because you are always going. The only destination, should you prefer to put it from those terms, is this now moment. Because in this now moment, when you revel in the experiences that you are going through, when you revel in the emotions that you are feeling and experiencing, when you revel in the decisions that you are making, that destination of this now moment, to honor it as a valid part of creation, as truly is creation to begin with. When you begin seeing it from that perspective, then you are living in the now moment, and you're able to take the next now moment in your evolution of the infinite aspect of who you are. And with that, we begin our magical dialogue with you. We are so ever grateful to allow us to come through in this way, to deliver messages that you already know, that is within your consciousness, that you have access to. And we welcome your questions or statements when you are ready.
Thank you. Do you have a name, or are you a collective?
We are a collective. When the channel connected with our energies, vibration, and frequencies, he did connect with one being named Glovik on our planet. But that connection was there temporarily to allow him to acclimate to the energy and frequencies of our beingness. And when that transformation was complete, the idea of Glovik dissipated, in a sense, merged back with us, and he was able to connect with us as the consciousness in the collective of the praying mantis idea of creation.
Can you explain what the Antares system looks like? How many planets are there? How many civilizations exist?
Yes. We have been selectively sharing information with the channel about what the Antares Stargate is. He has not yet had the opportunity to go in deeper into the idea of the portal itself. But what we have shown him, that the portal itself is a conscious, intelligent being. Listen to the words. The portal itself, what you call Antares Stargate, is a consciousness that is intelligent, that is constantly moving, forming, and reforming, and calculating, in a sense, and sensing the energies within the universe's parallel ideas of other existences, allowing beings to go in and out, depending on the vibration frequency and the theme of explorations of their beingness. So in this moment, at this stage, the channel has experienced the idea of that consciousness and as an intelligence as being beyond a doorway itself, as being beyond a portal that your mind can imagine. It is literally a being in its own right and essence. And he has connected very well with that vibration and frequency to allow him to merge in, and through that Stargate, go into other realities of existences, to connect with other beings within the universe, infinite universe itself. Does that make sense?
It does. And are there specific dimensions and realities or planets that the Antares Stargate is connected to, or can you pretty much choose wherever you want to go?
You see, because we are aware of the idea of our infiniteness and we are aware of our interconnectedness with everything, that we are energies to begin with, that our, in a sense, veins, bloodline, our ancestors are literally always interconnected with this beautiful web of creation of energies. We know that we have the access line, the doorways to go wherever we need to or we desire to. We do not see the idea of portals or gateways as an entering and exiting of an idea. It is simply consciousness of beingness, and it is us to begin with. We are aware that the portal is us. We are aware that the interconnectedness of everything is us to begin. It is not separate than us. There is no doorway out there that allows us to go through it to another dimension. That doorway is us. It is our awareness, our expanded awareness that allows us to be that doorway, that allows us to be that sacred geometrical lines of creation. We are all of it. Is that
So
clear?
is there no physical actual Stargate on that planet, and it's more the collective beings in that planet are the portals?
You see, the questions, the way that they are posed, we understand are coming from a limited aspect of creation. Remember, if you know as a being that you are everything, and you have access and are tapped in because your awareness and beingness is everywhere all at once, you know that you have access to the many parallel realities in the idea of infinite, yes? So
Yes.
anything that you can comprehend, anything that you can imagine, from the expression of a physical planet, from the expression of physical beings, from the expression of how does that planet look like on a physical sense, yes, they all exist. But it is within your consciousness and awareness and how expanded it is that you experience those planets from either a physical perspective or an energy perspective. Because in this now moment, as humanity, as you humans, because of the limitation that you have placed upon yourself, that your world, that Mother Gaia, that Mother Earth, looks a certain way, contains mountains, contains rivers, contains trees, contains rock formations, contains animals, contains other humans. Because of that limited awareness of how you define things should look like, you experience your world from that perspective. But when you begin expanding your mind and knowing that you are energies to begin with, then what was once physical will become or will appear, will perceive to you as energy. And then it is within your power as a creator to be able to experience what you choose. Should you want to choose to experience that world from a physical aspect with physical beings on it, then what projects from your heart, from your consciousness, is a world of such. Should you expand your mind a bit further and say, yes, there is a physical aspect of creation, but I want to experience that physicality from an energy essence, then that literal physical world with the physical beings will fizzle out into the energy essence, and you'll begin to seeing that world from an energy perspective, from the interconnectedness, sacred geometrical lines and light reflections and color frequencies and sound vibrations of creation. Is that clear?
Yeah, so what you're saying is, one, we have a limited perspective because of the way we see our reality linearly and physically, and two, it's almost like, and the Antares Stargate is almost a holographic projection of our level of consciousness and what we can play within it, and we can manifest it in physicality if that's what we choose to experience it as, but we really can't even fathom in this dimension what it truly is because of our limitations.
Precisely. Spoken like an ascended master.
And we have a question here. Where is the solar system? Where in the solar system, besides Earth, are humans currently residing?
Where on the solar system are
In the solar system,
humans
yes.
currently residing?
Besides Earth, in our solar system.
Again, we go back to the basic idea of that question. The idea of humans, the way that you have experienced it and defined it, is one singular way of creation itself, an expression of creation. But your idea of what humans is beyond which your mind can comprehend, although it is learning and is expanding its own consciousness to understand that you are already the aliens that you are seeking. That within your DNA structures, within your light codes, are many aspects of the many infinite beings that exist across the galaxies, across the earth, across the planets, across the infiniteness of creation. But to answer that question, yes, there are many humans, humanoid looking, perhaps looking slightly different than you are, that reside on the spectrum on or within the layers of the infiniteness of all realities. And the question to you is, which one do you choose to connect with? And the fact that you pose that question already tells you that there has been communication from the other side, from another humanoid aspect or species that is attempting to show itself to you. And although we would love to answer the questions of your humanity, our mission on within the idea of existence is to empower you to access the wisdom that is within you. So for that being that posed that question, know that you have posed that question because there is another race that is attempting to speak to you, is already speaking to you. Go into your heart. Believe the images that you get. Believe the feelings that are being evoked. Close your eyes and allow your consciousness beyond the physical body, beyond the physical mind. Allow your consciousness, your energy essence that is always around you, that is interconnected, tethered within infinite creation. Allow that to bring information from that species back to your mind to be able to decipher that information, to give you a vision, a clear picture of what race is attempting to communicate with you. And do not doubt the information that comes through. You have access to the wisdom that you seek. You are already the infinite. You have simply forgotten that you are.
After first open contact occurs, when Earth has open contact, and we're going to start integrating with the galactic community, what would the first few years look like? What will first contact and interaction with the galactic community look like when it begins?
Well, that depends on your reaction. The being that specifically asked that question. Depending on the timelines, again, within the infiniteness, there are infinite probabilities, infinite realities that could occur depending on the choices, the frequency that you are on. And although you may be able to observe other realities simultaneously occurring all at once, your specific frequency and vibration will elicit, will invite a reality of such. So should you have an open arm and an open heart to such a connection, to such a reuniting of your own selves, then your reality will shift on that frequency and vibration. And little by little, you will begin to notice that you are living in a world that also matches the vibration and frequency of the beings that you just made contact with. So there is no one specific answer, because it depends in that now moment on your decision, your emotionality, your open-heartedness, and your frequency and vibration and light codes that are being emanated of how welcoming, ready, and open you are for that specific context. Contact within the context that you are infinite. That there are other beings around you attempting to contact other humans, and each of those humans that are right next to you may be making a decision that is slightly different or contrastingly different than yours. And each and every one of you will experience a reality and an experience of that. Does that make sense?
It does, yes. Are there any active stargates on Earth right now? And if so, where do they lead? Is there a choice of destination?
We smile and laugh within our own consciousness. Because again, the way that you are posing that question is from a limited perspective. We understand. We are here to help you expand that idea. The stargates that you seek are you to begin with. Your hearts are the ultimate stargates that you are searching for. And if you begin believing and knowing that you are the strongest stargate that you can imagine, beyond the other physical stargates that you have heard of in Antarctica, in Egypt, Bermuda Triangle, a few others around your planet. Those are limited aspects of what stargates are. Those are separated aspects of what stargates are, because you are within the consciousness that I am separate than my surroundings. I am separate than that pyramid. I am separate than the idea of the stargate in Antarctica. I am separate than the idea of the stargate in Bermuda, etc., etc. When you begin knowing that you are source and that you are the ultimate stargates, all of those what seems to be exterior stargates will begin opening up within you, and you will begin to realize that you are the stargate that you ultimately have always been searching for.
What is, as over the years I've heard about the benevolent mantis beings and the ones that have been here for a long time, longer than humanity existed in our linear time. And then there's also stories about mantis beings working with governments doing hybridization programs, violating free will. Could you maybe shed some light on that, if there is that polarity within the mantis beings and what the specific agendas are?
Indeed, 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 indeed. Again, we always go back to the question itself, how limited it seems from the way that you are posing it. Because if you truly know that you are infinite and that you are this infinite energy that is always creating and recreating and experiencing the infinite, which means everything, all of it, then yes, all of these experiences, all of these beings exist on one level or another. And beware, stories are being created by others, and those are valid part of creation. The narrative that your government is creating is one valid part of creation. Empower yourself. Allow yourself to connect with those beings, as again, you are the portals of creation. You are the stargates that you seek to connect with all beings within the infinite. Which ones do you choose to experience in this now moment? And from the eyes of creation, there is never judgment. We never judge you for any of the choices or experiences that you choose to experience. Should you prefer to experience the idea of the mantis beings being evil, malevolent, not as friendly, that is indeed part of creation, that is not judged by creation, because it is part of itself, allowing itself to expand through the idea of enlightenment. Should you choose to connect with the idea of a benevolent, friendly mantis, then that reality will occur. And yes, within the possibility and probability of the storyline that your government has created, that the mantis beings are there working with the greys, yes, they are not only working with the greys, they are working with many species within the idea you call the universe and infiniteness. We, in a sense, are overseers, geneticists. We observe oftentimes, tweak and assist on a very surface level, empower and remember, allow those beings to remember that within their choices, realities are being created. So we help them activate parts of their memories to re-empower themselves, to be able to expand further. Yes, we have been known to heal, but the reality is we are not healers. We provide you with the frequency and vibration of what a healed state is, and it is through your power through your choice, through your decision, through your knowingness that you are already healed, that you heal yourself. No one can ever heal you because you are the creator. That created the idea, let's say, of sickness. And if you are strong enough to create the idea of sickness, you are definitely strong enough to create the idea of health in complete alignment. But all of those are expansion. All of those experiences are enlightenment. Because how else are you expanding? Should you be experiencing the same thing over and over and over again? Should you be in a complete aligned state within love and light constantly, which is part of creation? Well, that is one aspect of reality. The other aspect of reality is experiencing the challenges. But when you begin defining that my challenges are literally my expansion, my enlightenment, then the experience of those challenges will shift. You become empowered and you will be able to quantumly leap and be able to experience pain, let's say for a moment, and instantaneously move to an experience of no pain, instead of reveling in the idea of pain and feeling disempowered that you cannot heal yourself and you are waiting for someone else or something else or some other idea to heal you.
Thank you so much. Final question. I would love for you to go into the galactic history of the Mantis beings. Maybe were they here? Are they one of the most ancient civilizations before the human template? And I understand the limitation of linearity when we're looking at time and an origin. But within that context, were they here before? How did they come about? And what is their relationship and ancestry even to humans of Earth?
Thank you for posing that question, as the channel has not gone yet through the records. But because of your Ascended Mastery question, he will be able to experience something new today. So for that, we are grateful for you. As we were posing the question, we gave the channel the idea of sound, the screaming, in a sense, of own voice. The this vibration and frequency of sound itself and light itself. You all are, we were. We began with the idea of vibration, of just existence everywhere all at once. The awareness of everything all at once. And then through that, we limited ourselves in a sense or focused more. We scaled down the idea of focus. And with that, the idea of physicality began to form. And from our perspective, we understand that many physicalities were formed when that idea of expression began. We hope you follow us.
Yes,
Initially, we were sound and light everywhere, having the awareness that we're everything all at once. Then we scaled down that focus, and the idea and the perception and the expression of physicality began. As that began, different forms of physicality began forming. So we essentially aren't the first ones that were formed, but we were formed as part of that first expression, the first awareness that we need to limit ourselves a little bit. Although at that moment, we didn't know what limitation was. We were just simply experiencing a new thing from our perspective. Infiniteness, now less infinite. And the idea of what you call praying mantis beings were formed. We did not specifically look the way that the insects on your planet are in this now moment, but through the evolution, through the time, through the expansion of self-expression of creation itself, things shifted. Remember, you are a malleable energy body, always forming and reforming and advancing and less advancing, however the words you would like to use. And yes, when the consciousness of the idea of a planet needed to be formed with many other beings on it, unknowingly what humans were, unknowingly what plants were, unknowingly what animals were, unknowingly what an ocean is, unknowingly what a mountain is, unknowingly what air is. Because remember, all of that is limited idea of everything, expressions of everything. But when the consciousness idea of such a planet needed to form, as it began forming, other beings within the interconnectedness, the web of creation, began, in a sense, popping up with their own self-empowered creatorship. So there wasn't a source that created this humanity, these beings. It is the self-awareness of such a creator that allowed the formation of what you call an ant, what you call an insect, what you call a rock, what you call a volcano, what you call a human. So there is a collective essence as a creator, but there is individual awareness of that main essence that now knows itself as being a piece of the creator that began its own formation from its own essence, from its own frequency, from its own vibration. So from our perspective, we didn't come and visit you in that sense to assist you. It is the consciousness of your planet, the consciousness of each of those beings that allowed our existence, our expression to be with you as all of our frequencies and vibrations in that moment where you call we came here occurred. Does that make sense?
It makes great sense. Yes. Thank you so much. No more questions.
We are infinitely grateful for this opportunity to speak with you in this way. We are infinitely grateful for this co-creation of the infinite, as in this now moment, we all enlightened, we all expanded, we all became more of the infinite. You are our ascended masters. We always have regarded you as such. Other beings regard you as such. So thank you for choosing such an expression of life. Thank you for allowing yourself to go into the depth of darkness, to allow Source itself to re-experience its power through your expansion. With our unconditional love, bright, 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 bright white light of creation, an infinite, infinite, infinite open heart. We thank you for this beautiful co-creation. We'll bring back the channel momentarily as we head through the Stargate of Antares, where our consciousness resides. Wow. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Hi, Neil.
Beautiful. I'm so glad I got to experience that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And whoever asked the question about, I forget what the question is, but all I could feel is like the idea of all those beings like coming to Earth, or like the idea of this being came, then there's no coming to anything. It's almost like we're the ingredients of making like a cake. And if you want to make a cake that's fluffy, that's like chocolate, that whatever, our frequency is the ingredients that will create that creation. And I have my eyes closed because I'm still kind of in a state feeling like it's hard to describe like what I just felt like through them. It's through our belief system, obviously, through our vibration, through our frequency, that many forms of life is being created. So like nothing came here. We created it through the idea of infiniteness of creation, through our choices, through our experiences, through our intention, through our energies, through our imagination, through our everything, right? And the idea of they visit us, we visit them, we are from here, I am from there, is so antiquated. They're saying right now, it's so antiquated, but it's part of expansion. It's just everything's being created right here and right now through us, within us, like period. There's nothing out there. Again, the heart is the projector of our, of our reality. And really, thank you for allowing me to feel what I felt, because I've never had that question asked of how creation began, or I don't know, or however the question was posed. I can't remember, but I could feel that. It was amazing. It's just like consciousness creating more consciousness that's either like limited or expanded through its own consciousness, and it's just so. It's beautiful. I'm sorry. I'm just not finding the
Yeah, it's
word.
great. And I asked that question because I'm huge into galactic history, and honestly, it was really cool to watch you download content right there, because
Oh my God.
I could tell that it wasn't in the field, and you brought it in.
Thank
That
you.
was really awesome
Thank you.
experience.
And I have chills all over. I don't know if you can see my head, but I have chills all over my head.
When I saw you have that download, I had chills too. Such a deeper conversation. We got to get to our next guest in a second here, but
Yes.
I just want to share a few things that you shared just to kind of bring it all together. So one conversation I want to have with you later is that even the incarnational experience of the mantis beings seems to be a similar story to all the different beings. So is it that when any set of energy becomes sentient, that they all have the same thing? Let me experience myself, and it's like the ultimate source had that one experience, and all fractals of source also does the same thing, right? That's something that came to me. And then I loved what you said, the depths of darkness. Thank you for coming to the depths of darkness to allow source to re-experience itself through us. That was powerful.
And I have chills all over my body, and I've never thought of it in that way. But every time we and us and all the other consciousnesses that live like within the infinite experience those things, source itself re-experiences every part of it. And this is how source expands at source, and this is how infinity continues on to being more infinity.
Right. I can't wait to be on the cruise ship and have philosophical conversations with you and everyone. I appreciate you, brother. I love you, man. Thank you so much for being here.
I love you too. Thank you for your audience. Thank you for everybody. Love you guys.
I'll catch you later. Okay,
All
take care, Tony. Bye. There we go. Hey, Alan.
That was fun, huh?
That was good. Yes, I loved it.
Well, yeah, we're going to have a great channel now. I mean, the thing about channeling is we are accessing whole parts, like you said, history that were unaware to human consciousness before. And that's this kind of revolution we're in. So I'm really happy about the next guest, because have you ever heard Zazar, Neil?
No, the first time I connected was when you put me on the phone with her at the expo. So This is my first experience.
All right, let's bring Marilyn on, because she. Hey there.
Marilyn.
Hi, Neil. Hi, Alan.
Hey, not only is Marilyn one of my best friends, I have to say, but so is the being that comes through her. Neil, what I got from Zazar was that you really can't reach this next plane of vibration until you know your own magnificence. Because if you get there, you don't think you're worthy of getting there. So you have to feel worthy of that level of reality and consciousness in order to actually be on that level. Isn't that right, Marilyn?
Yes, Alan. I love it.
Yes. Well, Marilyn is full of love, and so is Zazar. And Neil, you're just going to absorb this, take it. And everyone watching, I'm really happy to present Marilyn and Zazar here, because they are next level of conscious evolution. So thank you, Marilyn, for being here. You're just going to go in. Do you want to say anything before you chat? You want to talk about what you're going to be doing a little bit?
Yes, I'd love to.
Okay.
just a little bit about myself. I've always been a clinical psychologist in my profession. And around 2009, I became very interested in contacting extraterrestrials and through consciousness. And I was actually sitting in the dentist office reading a protocol on how to make contact. And over the loudspeakers came this most incredible music. It sounded like star space music. In fact, the head dentist came running around all the offices saying, "What is happening? Is a spaceship landing?" The tech that was with me, for some reason, said, "I don't know why I'm saying this. Look at your phone." Now, this was in 2009. These were flip phones. You can't send pictures. You can't send music. And there was certainly no Bluetooth. So I went to my phone. I flipped it open. On my phone was a picture of a spaceship with 2 hieroglyphic columns of unknown lettering. And the music was being projected from my phone to the loudspeaker system. No one to this day can tell me how that happened. And it was amazing. Well, it happened 3 more times. And at the 4th time, I said, I'm getting these calls. It's the same music, the same picture. I took it to Verizon. They spent 20 minutes looking at the time and dates that I had written down for this coming in. And they said, "Ma'am, we looked at everything. Nothing came in. Nothing went out. You hadn't downloaded anything to your phone. All we can say is this was not human created." And that's what they said. And so I understood I was beginning to have contact. Well, lo and behold, Zazar came after, and I started channeling him. And I realized, because he said, "That was my phone call to you. I was trying to reach you through your phone." And so he started coming through. And at first I thought, being a psychologist, is this my higher self with all this wisdom? But I have to say, after a year of changing my life, as Zazar did, I really understood with great humility, this was not me, it was this being. And in fact, these beings can find a way to come through humans to deliver such important information for this time. And he is this omnidimensional extraterrestrial being. And I'll tell you, I have never been with a being that has such compassion for helping the human race. And his most amazing mission with us is indeed for us to realize the truth of our magnificent light field that has been so diminished in our current paradigm. And so let me have Zazar come to you, and I hope you enjoy him as much as I love him. Here's Zazar. I cannot tell you how excited I am to be with so many humans who are on this ascension road. It is more excitement than I've had in a while to be with so many, because you are creating a wave that is going through the planet that will change it to the new dawn. Now, you must know the Earth is located in such a way now to receive straightforward light from your galactic sun. This light is in the form of diamond light. Plus, there is much light coming in from the celestials and the high ETs that surround your planet. And this is beautiful diamond light that is here to fertilize and fuel this process of ascension. And what is this ascension? And many of you look around in the world and say, how can it be ascension into the 5th dimension? It looks crazy out there. And I have to admit, many of us kind of think your world is very crazy right now. But no fear, because often on planets that have had a lot of diminished densities and darkness, this is what happens right before a new dawn is sprouted. What happens is the polarizations and the dualisms are clashing together in your world, breaking apart through the crashing in order to be dispersed in little pieces, that the light that is coming in and the light that is growing in the human heart will dissolve to begin the new dawn. And so you are in the midst of going from the 3D to the 5th dimension. What a glorious place for you to go. This is in your lifetime. In this one incarnation, you have the chance to ascend to another dimension. Really take that in, because it is most glorious. And now this is really a frequency process. Many of you think you are in physical form, but even your form has vibrations moving all through it. Ascension is about the expansion of high consciousness and living and learning to live in the high heart frequencies, vibrations of love and joy and peace and love, and so importantly, unity. And so it is a vibrational experience. It is not a time or place, the 5D. It is simply humans learning to increase their vibrations, to move into a higher place of living. And so it is crucial to become consciously aware of the vibrational experience in every moment, so you can become frequency connoisseurs to the new ascension. Everything is frequency in the dance of the universe. And so in this raising up, you have to take a look at what has lowered your ability to know how magnificent you are. And let me tell you, I look at you and only see your magnificence. Sometimes it has been very deep within you, but nevertheless, it can still be seen. And many of us from the cosmos see the human rising suns within you that are making it known to the world that you are ready to create something anew. But what's happened is you have been living in separation traumas, separation paradigms, where you are separate from your own Earth's cosmic home, not realizing that you live with rich life all around you. Much of this life is here, circling the Earth in lights, in the light circle, with high ETs and celestials aiding your Earth to move. Should the humans in their free will say, yes, I vote for this. And so you're moving up, trying to get out of these separation traumas, separation from your cosmic home, separation from your own soul flame, separation from Source Divine, the fact that you have been created by Source Divine and the very breath of Source is within you to breathe into action this beautiful magnificence that you are. And so there has been this diminishment, and it makes humans very much in survival mind, responding to stress and fears, and being even separate from each other and your very Earth you live on, trying to find safety and comfort. And I have to say, so many of you are addicted and attached to the outside world. But this is a time to come back to the inner temple, where the magnificent light field lies. And let me tell you, 20 years from now, your scientists will show you through devices that this magnificent light field is within you, and it is in your energetic body. It has just been diminished. I am here to try to help you see the truth that you will be the co-creators of tomorrow's reality. And you will be in this magnificent light field, and you will become conscious of its vibrations and open up the gifts and the codes you have come into this life, this incarnate life, to become the gifts of service to the new ascension. And in this magnificent light field, you'll begin to open up what I call the soul sensory modalities, like bilocation, teleportation, remote viewing, telepathy. For when telepathy is known on your planet, you will have transparency instead of so much deceit, for you will know what is in the hearts of everyone. And therefore, everyone will be called to have a higher heart for you to see in your telepathy. And so all this will begin to spring forth, and you will begin to learn about light technology, which is that this light coming into your planet is so potent, but must be digested and ingested by the human, because it is the human that will change the earth. None of us. It is the humans that must change. So you digest this light, and this light is capable of dissolving that what ails you, that what disaligns you, that what carries your debris, so that you might be free from the old paradigms of diminishment. And this light will help and go through many of you, and you will design this enzymic, energetic, alchemic process by which you digest the light in a way that gives others the enzymes to also digest the light and therefore have awakenings. This is what is on your planet. And you will begin to know that as you move up in vibration, there is something we call the miracle mantle that lives in the 5th dimension. And in this miracle mantle, it is an energy that has the new realities, the new modalities, the healing energy that will come to you to heal all that ails you, to heal all that is within the earth that hurts her. These are brand new modalities. The way in which you're going to solve your problems is not through the 3-dimensional dualistic ways. It will be raising your vibration to such where your consciousness creates a field of receptivity to the miracle mantle. Look, many of your scientists that you know, like Galileo, Einstein, Tesla, had access to this miracle mantle, which they were downloaded with amazing things. So too artists, Da Vinci, and your musical composers, so that they were able to download from the miracle mantle beautiful healing music and art and science and spirit. And so this comes in from the miracle mantle to create new realities. And many of you who are listening are here for that purpose, to create the new realities. And you won't find how to do this through the old paradigm. You can't go to the old paradigm to find the how-tos, because you are going to be the creator of such. You are here to create the new healing, aligning modalities. And you have this in you. You brought this to earth. And so you can't know the old realities, thus creating the new. This is something that is brand newly created from the miracle mantle of you being in your higher vibrational states, to expand your consciousness and receptor fields, to take in the light that fertilizes these fields, to receive the blessings of the miracle mantle. And in doing this, you will be the creators of the new dawn. It is the humans that are already starting to do this all over the globe. It's not what you hear in your news, but believe me, we know this. It is happening. And as a result, of moving up in higher vibrations, you can open portals to your galactic neighbors, begin to have communication with them, to know that you've had star homes yourself in other lives. And you also will begin to access your soul matrix, which is what holds all of your incarnations, to access the highest incarnations of a very evolved nature in other star lives off planets. And when you access this information, it will give you essences of fuel to spark your own magnificent light field into being a soul creator of the new dawn. And I know many humans are saying, okay, maybe this is a grand time of ascension, but how do we do this? Humans love to be curious about the how, so I have to at least voice some suggestions. First of all, the how is not again in the old paradigm. It is something you will create. However, your nature and your earth are a little ahead. And so, as being a little ahead in their ascension, it is imperative for you to spend as much time in your nature as possible. For when you move in your nature, she knows where you need alignments. She knows how to repair some things within you, even your form. And so she will be speaking through you for the caress of the wind on your cheek and the bird sounds in your ear. And all of those things will have an incredible way to increase your vibration and realign you, so that you will have clear passage to your magnificent light field. And Alan was so right that if you do not feel worthy of such, you will put up blockades and not be able to feel the truth of who you are. Now, you think it's easy for me to come down to help you realize this truth, but I'll tell you, humans are a little stubborn in their old ways of thinking. They are so diminished. But you are not. And so go in your nature and let her hold you and embrace you and feed you the higher vibrations of the 5D. And then you watch your cosmic diet. Your cosmic diet. This is very important. For it is how you feed your body and your mind and your heart and your spirit life force. It is how you decide to be sovereign. Not to listen what the outside world has to say from the old, but to know you are the co-creator of you. And so as such, you have to become a frequency connoisseur and know what it is on a frequency level. For instance, that your body needs. What foods speak to a high vibration? When you eat, can you be conscious of what happens to your body? So that you become a high tuner to the nutritiousness that is found in your world, that will feed you to turn up the dial of a higher frequency in your form. Your body is vibrating. Can you feel it? Can you let it guide you in how to get rid of some of those densities you've been eating and intaking? And begin to realize that you can find your way through your body to be in this ascension process. So your body can get used to this high lighted energy and be lighter in form. How do you feed your heart? So many humans are very attracted and addicted to the dramas and the dynamics emotionally, judging, gossiping, comparing, contrasting. And I say, if you feed your heart this kind of menu, your heart will stay low in vibration. But instead, try to find a diet of the heart, which is a diet of seeing nature's sunset, to bring bliss, to feeling joy of love, to feel peace in the heart, is to open a channel to your light, peace in your heart, and most of all, to begin to understand what the frequency of unity in the heart is, the desire to be in union with your fellow humans, so your whole species can begin to move into unity, servicing each other with this great light within. And then how do you feed your mind? How do you feed your mind? This is a tough one, because I would say to you, humans feed their mind in even worse ways than they feed their bodies. Because you are feeding your mind so much from the outer world that is no longer relevant to your own ascension. And so your head is like a pinball. Bing, 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 bing. And so it is so tempting to be in the social media, to be on your phones, to be on your electronics. I realize you're on them right now. This is good because of what is coming through the airways to you, by the way. I may be speaking words to you, but I am also sending beautiful vibrations to turn up the truth of who you are just a little bit. And so begin to know that the best food you can feed your mind is stillness and pausing and inner reflections. For in the 5D, revelations will replace thoughts. And so you want to, as much as you can, wash the debris from the day, watch the news that you watch so much, the social media, take some days off. And you might be surprised how calm your mind can be, because it is your mind that holds all the circuitry of the old programs of diminishment and separation. And so it is important to dim those voices so that your heart and soul can wake up. And what is it that you feed? Your life force, your spirit. How do you invigorate your life force? Can you be with others who share this ascension journey so you are not alone and you can feel the fuel from them to fuel your own life force, to breathe the light of source, so that all of this may start to live in your soul temple. And that is the place that you will co-create the new world. And then you can begin to open up to the great galactic portals. But first, it is imperative, I feel like, that you find unity communities. I know Diane and Jan and Marilyn at the sanctuary in upstate New York, they have created a beautiful sanctuary. When you come to enter it, you are in the fifth dimension. The energies are fantastic. And they create communities along with me that are communities of unity, where it is so safe and beautiful and loving. And it is often a time to feel the fifth dimensional energies of unity community. You can't do this all alone. But there are communities everywhere around the world that are doing this now. Find them. And then expand yourself into a little bit of the unknown. What is the unknown? Those portals that can begin to open up to your cosmic neighbors, so that you can begin to realize you truly are not alone. There are so many of us here now helping you. But it is up to you to choose the willingness to open your consciousness, to open these portals, to know the truth and have communication and contact with your own cosmic home that flies around you with the riches of life. And so you can begin to open up that. But don't be afraid to do what is unknown. Don't be afraid to leap out of what you are currently in that is harming you. Have the sovereignty to say no more. I will find that which is my highest self and be one of the ones that will change the world. I know many of you are already the change makers. That's why it's so exciting to be here. And disclosure will come. Disclosure will come, but first it is a process of inner job. It is the process of disclosing to yourself that you have the ability to expand your consciousness from the field of light within you. And so it is an inside job of knowing that you must first work on this in the human. And then there will be many of you that have memories that come alive, that when you were a child, perhaps you were with ETs in a positive way, that you were on crafts. Some of you go at night in your dream life. You bilocate to crafts. You'll have more and more memories of this. Many of you will want to do more contact with ETs, with consciousness protocols. Find your groups that do this. For up at the sanctuary, we do this. And I'll tell you something. Manifested ETs come to this property Sasquatch has made an appearance in physical form 2 or 3 times. And craft fly right over the house. And so there is a way to make contact without fear, but in welcoming unity and love. And so this will happen more and more on your earth. And more ETs will be coming to earth as walk-ins, but as well, there will be ETs who will be coming that have a holographic human form, but within are ETs. This is a very sophisticated science, but nevertheless, they will be here. Why? They will walk among you. And so you will begin to be tapped into your telepathic communication, to know how to communicate in your higher consciousness through your high heart frequencies. And so all of this will be happening on your earth. And then there will be more and more disclosure. Do you know that there are already craft surrounding your planet in a beautiful way? And the reason you cannot see them is not because the ETs are veiling themselves. It is because your consciousness is still veiled. And so more and more of you will begin to break through the old paradigm thinking of the separation. And you will break through your own thinking of diminishment and be worthy of such contact. And in that, you will develop soul sensory modalities that can see what used to be invisible and unknown. You can see through it. And in that, you will shine a light that will dissolve the veils that you have created. You have so many veils that keep you from knowing the expanse of reality, of multi-dimensions. And this is all changing now. Many of you already see into the invisible, know the unknown wisdom coming into earth. And as you begin to do this, you will begin to see without fear the many that are here to help the human race move to a new dawn. And then there is the 2025 gateway. What is the 2025 gateway? This is a gateway that's beginning to open. It will open by the end of the year. And this gateway to the cosmos will be bringing in through the winds of the galactic environment, will bring in the blue diamond light. And I am telling you, everyone, the blue diamond light is here for those especially who have expanded their magnificent light field to the extent that they have more receptor sites in their field, more, you might say, landing field, for this blue diamond light to invigorate and accelerate this ascension process in you. And this blue lamp is like rocket fuel that will cause this new, what I call the fifth movement on earth. And the fifth movement on earth, there is a wave starting, and it will grow so big with this beautiful gateway of 2025. You will see it. I'm already seeing evidence of this movement within so many humans that I see. Such excitement, but this 2025 gateway opens. And so as it opens, this wave will get bigger and bigger, and you will all be part of it. So if you choose, in this fifth movement, right before the new dawn. And this wave will be created in 2025. And so this wave that you as humans will create, because you are downloading such light from both your own soul, with all the codes you came in with, releasing the gifts. And you will have this light that will be the sculptor, will be the builder, the architect of this fifth movement that will create a wave of light going through your planet that has in it the ability for other humans who haven't even thought of this to have the dial of their own soul light lit up more because of you and the wave you have created. No more ripples, a wave. And it will turn up this faint light in so many other humans because it is made by you. And they will be able to digest it because you are the forerunners. You are the ones that have decided to be in the ascension journey of a lifetime, of many lifetimes. And so this wave will be created. And sometimes people ask me, well, how is the whole earth going to ascend? And I say, because the humans are going to create a wave that has the light in it that can now be digested to those who haven't done necessarily all this work, but it'll turn that dial up quickly, accelerating it. And they will awaken for those who choose. But most will awaken and join this process. And at that point, that unity consciousness will create the new dawn. It is happening now. So I'm with you to help spur this within you. But you are the new creators. And it is very exciting to the cosmos. So be it, so it is. And it shall be now. Mila. Okay. So he always is a bit excited with this wonderful topic. I want you to know that Zazar is here to help all of us. We go across the country and I'm amazed at how many people are so ready for this, globally as well. And we have a great sanctuary here. Zazar does incredible sessions where he does get you in touch with your highest incarnations so that you might know more of the truth of what you've brought here to earth to do and be. And we have retreats and events, and there are so many people, others, as you will see in this beautiful portal to Ascension, who are doing this work. This wave is going to be so strong, no matter what you see out in life that's going on. This wave is coming. It's being built by all of us right now. And I totally know the truth of this. I hope in your heart you can too. And join us at theshift.rocks. That's our website, theshift.rocks. It's not .com, it's .rocks. So come to our website and join the shift.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marilyn. Marilyn's also going to be on our cruise, which is going to be fantastic, having Zazar out at sea, leading maybe C5. Wouldn't that be great?
I love it. We were going to do a C5 on the top deck at night out on the ocean. So that should be fun.
Yes. Neil, do you have... Neil.
No, that was no. I have no questions. No, but that's beautiful. I really can't wait to meet you in person and get to know you and experience everything more. Thank you so much for that transmission.
Well, you know,
You
a
are
lot of
so
people
welcome.
I just want to say a lot of people are talking about this new light. I just interviewed Ann Tucker. She's talking about this light coming to the planet. So many people are in line with this message, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say so, Victor? What's your opinion?
The light is here. We just have to embrace it.
That's exactly right. Neil, I want to thank you for everything you are doing. This is so amazing. It is. You are such in the forefront of leading this wave. So I thank you, and I thank you, Alan. As always, I love you.
Oh, thank you. Before you go, can you just remind Neil of his sense, because look what he's created. bringing thousands of people together around the world. Can we just give them a little booster thing?
Absolutely. It's just, this is what humans are creating. And Neil, you are such a huge co-creator of this. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Marilyn. So we'll be seeing you very soon.
You sure will.
Okay. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Beautiful. Alan, I think you're frozen. So I'll go ahead and move you here. Amazing, Victor. Have you been here the whole morning, Victor?
Actually, I just got back in. I had to run out and take care of some things, but I'm back now.
Okay. I feel that was a perfect way to start the day. Super cosmic and galactic. A lot of codes and transmissions, pulling in frequencies from the cosmos, right? And now we're going to keep going. So over to you, Victor. Who we got up next?
Neil, it's my pleasure to introduce to everyone Ori Lee. Ori is a highly intuitive channel, a medicine woman, and skilled clinical hypnotherapist who's received certifications in various modalities such as RTT, past life regression, breathwork, and CHEK holistic lifestyle practices. She is also a universal Tao instructor and ceremonialist. Her heart-opening sessions and ceremonies help individuals access divine wisdom from their past, from the astral realm, and multidimensional space, guiding them toward healing. After feeling unfulfilled as a fashion consultant in Los Angeles, Ori asked God to reveal her true calling. During a deep meditation 18 years ago, she had a profound spiritual encounter with God that transported her physical body and soul to another dimension. In this otherworldly space, angels and demons fought for her soul's rebirth. Guided to help heal others, Ori pursued the study of various holistic health modalities, became a CHEK holistic health provider, and began working with nature's elements, herbs, plants, flower essences, superfoods, further tapping into the subconscious mind and ancient healing techniques. She has traveled to sacred sites, including the Amazon rainforest and the high Andes, in search of peace, and discovered that the most powerful way of achieving deep healing is through reprogramming the subconscious mind, healing from past wounds, and participating in celestial ceremonies utilizing sacred sacraments that connect us to the divine. Her website is healwithori.com. It is my pleasure to introduce Ori Lee. Welcome, Ori.
Hello. Nice to meet you, and nice to meet you all. Thank you for having me here. And I'll be presenting a little bit about my story, how I engaged with some of the sacraments, and I will be happy to take questions as well from anyone. So, like Reverend Victor introduced me, I lived in Matrix under unawareness for 5 years of my life, conditioned, and I had these layers that was blocking me to access true connection to God. And without any sacrament or ceremony, actually, just the one night as I was fighting with my soul, wanting to do something else other than regular 9-to-5 work, I had this engagement that I was able to see some of these elements that people used to call angels, demons, God, Jesus, and all of them presented in my room. And I had the rebirth. That was my first rebirth. Right after that, I was given this message at the time called God to go out and start help heal people. You're a medicine intuitive. And a week later, I actually met my ex-husband, who was very much tapped into holistic health industry, working with Amazonian herbs. And I was able to open And when I was hearing from God from that time that you are a medical intuitive, I didn't really understand what it meant. And I was asking, do I need to go back to medical school and pursue as a doctor? It was a little bit too late. I'm in my 30s. And it actually took me about 18 years for me to actually stand here as able to announce to people that I'm a moon priestess and I'm a medical intuitive. I actually love working with people who has serious conditions such as cancer, heart issues, and Parkinson's, and birth issues, and autism. That actually brings me joy more than anything. So I started my journey with Amazonian herbs first. So I was able to go down to the rainforest. At the time, I worked with Amazon John Eastering from Amazon Herb Company, and worked with the herbs from the rainforest, understanding how much we are in sick society in physical forms. So I worked with them about 3-4 years, moved on to superfoods, trying to help my ex-husband to heal his issues. That wasn't emotional issues. He had some serious anger issues that wouldn't go away from taking any kind of herbs or superfoods. There was no solution. That's how I was able to go to different types of sites and modalities from all over the world. We attended a ton of the expos and worked with natural doctors, brain doctors to save our marriage. And that's how I actually became this practitioner after 15, 16 years of this wanting to help heal my husband. And throughout that modalities, after modalities, I was finding how important it is for us to emotionally balanced and spiritually connected more than taking something that is supposed to be good for this and that, like almost the same as pharmaceutical. If this is made for certain condition, it should help you. And noticing even some powerful herbs from China and Amazon, some people would not transform just by taking those, led me to study subconscious mind. And as I'm studying and understanding how we are operating, is basically based on unhealed trauma from our past and also unprocessed stuck emotion is a key for any kind of physical conditions that we may also experience as a disease in this society. And all the modern diseases that did not even exist in about 100, 200 years are skyrocketing. And even though we have all these amazing herbs and sacraments, ayahuasca, San Pedro's, even iboga, some of these very powerful sacraments, what I'm finding out is if one does not have a willingness to heal, then it really doesn't matter what you're taking. I have seen people who are in this path working with plant medicine, such as ayahuasca, mushrooms, and as a practitioner of these sacraments, after 10 sessions, 20, even 10 years of taking these type of sacraments, if you're not guided properly and integrating and put them in your practice, it really doesn't even matter. You're still living and thriving out of the ego more than truly healing your wounds. And what happens as a past life regression therapist is that you are not even 100 years ago, thousands of years back, that you are repeating. Our source purpose isn't just about becoming the best athlete or becoming the president of America or CEO of a company. Our main purpose of soul's journey is to overcome our past karma, past wounds, past belief system that you actually intentionally brought into this life. And the challenge that we're facing is, unless we're awakening and also out of the matrix, then you're completely conditioned, that I'm seeing, as some people are not even willing to heal or even step into understanding what your source purpose is. Many people say, I want to heal, I'm suffering from this, and do you have something for me? Most people are wanting to just be healed and enlightened by taking ayahuasca or some kind of magical drugs or medicine. And they're not willing to do the work, is what I've seen the most. I was engaged and introduced to ayahuasca and the journeys of ayahuasca healing journey for 17, 18 years, as closely watching someone who's going through 40 to 50 times of ceremonies. And also about 7, 8 years ago, I was introduced to take those sacraments for my own healing, as at the time I was completely traumatized from my adult life, my marriage, my toxic marriage. And that was my second spiritual birth happened after taking these sacraments. And ironically, the voice that I heard after my first mushroom journey was the very same sentence that I heard 18 years ago. You need to stop doing what you're doing and go out and help heal others. And that fight in between my ego and higher self, wanting to walk my true source purpose, and the fear of how do I make my living, being someone as a healer who at the time had no idea how do you even make a living out of. I still had to fight through and had one foot in as an healer, and the other foot in other areas that my soul is crying for. It was quite a journey, my journey of my own healing journey and understanding who I am today, and also why I was given certain people in this lifetime to heal my past. Was an incredible journey that I would love to share more when you could join me for more of a longer period of time. But what happened was basically all I wanted to help heal my husband was something that I needed to heal for myself from my past wounds that I wasn't even aware of. So I am very thankful that I was given an incredible person who are able to teach me how to heal myself by being in my mirror. So with subconscious mind healing, theta healing, and regression therapy, people would go back to many different lifetime when I pursue this regression therapy, they go to not only their this particular earthly life, but also people would go back to the life in different planets or different dimensions is what I've been engaging when I was regressing people. How I regress people also was in different modalities, such as hypnotherapy, past life regression, and childhood regressions, future progressions. Those are the hypnotherapy concepts. And I also engaged, as I was practicing breathwork ceremonies, people would go back and engage a lot of the ancestors, meeting with ancestors, meeting with their guides in different dimensions, or something very significantly I engaged. And when that engagement happens in breathwork ceremonies or plant ceremonies, is the release happens, and that is what people call the healing from those plant-based ceremonies, which is amazing. I'm not saying that don't just go ahead and do that and that doesn't help you. It helps you tremendously. However, true healing comes in when you actually integrate that into your life. So for me, integration therapy is the most important part of your healing journey, because you have all this awareness and awakening happens from the plant ceremonies or going down to South Americas and all different modalities these days. It's all available, a lot of, and it opens up your psyche. But that doesn't mean your wounds got healed, because these wounds are coded in your DNA. So there are two different ways you're receiving this code in your body. You call it DNA, physical DNA. You physically inherit those codes from your parents and your ancestors. That's why you look like you are. I look like who I am. I have Mongolian ancestry that goes back to thousands of years. So I look more native, I look more Indian, I look more Mongolian as an Asian, because that is the DNA that I received. I also received the DNA, emotional DNA, from those lineage. So I have a warrior in me, and I have all sorts of things I inherited from my mom and dad and their parents. And most time, those DNAs, just like you have to do plastic surgery to change your look, you need some psychic surgery to shift that. Just by understanding, because it's available widely these days, how to love yourself and how to really live in your purpose, that doesn't mean that your DNA is shifted. Your DNA is still operating out of certain belief system, even though you're awakened through shamanic journeys. Because it's a fighting, just like your ego and higher self is continuously fighting, unless you are completely in let go of that ego's drive. But it's difficult because we need ego self to live in physical body on the earth. So we need to have this balance so we can thrive as a physical body, but we need this emotional balance and also spiritual connection to divine. So as I'm keep practicing understanding something that is missing from the plant medicine facilitation, and also just doing the regression therapy, how do I offer something for people's true healing? As I was guided back to move back to Los Angeles about a year and a half ago, by Sedona, Red Rock just pushed me. Okay, it's time. You did enough of a practice. You're initiated as a priestess. So go out and help more people. This is when I was actually introduced to the mushroom called Amanita muscaria. And at the time, I had no idea about this. I only seen this mushroom through cartoons or from the books and as decorative items and on my phone. But I never really knew what their purpose was or the properties was. And amazingly, they were actually legal mushrooms. So I got to study and microdose and start building a relationship with this very vibrant, beautiful, fun-looking mushroom that I only saw from the screen and from the books. And it was very interesting because I did have a communication with the psilocybins or other mushrooms as well before, but they were very pushy. They're pushing me to take them more towards the public. And now, just like literally last night when I was having an engagement with the other priestess, I realized that this can actually save a lot of people's lives in this modern society. Literally, my very first client who was planned to kill himself because he lost the purpose. He didn't understand why he needed to live. He was depressed and he doesn't understand why he's here. And because somebody had recommended, why don't you just try some of this mushroom that Yuri's been working with? And since he kind of knew a little bit about it, he gave it a chance. He gave it a chance and he smoked and drank some tea. Overnight, he decided to stay on the earth. And he's my dedicated customer now, taking this about this much every month to keep his sanity. His plan for the next day before he met this mushroom was to end his own life. And this is not something just very uncommon these days. This is happening in daily basis. What we're engaging is this traumatized society where people are not being treated properly by doctors and pharmaceutical. They want to give you the pills, and those pills give you side effects that will take your life away and worsen your situation. I've met numerous people who are on antidepressant or an anti-anxiety medicine and find it's not going away. I find people who are suffering from sleep issues can't sleep. It's so common in my client base that my biggest issue is sleeping issues, and I tried everything and nothing works. And I start putting this mushroom into microdosing form for those guys and find that it is the most powerful mushroom that can help you to actually calm your nervous system. So if anyone was to suffer from anxiety, depression, sleep issues, they have been their best friends with my clients, work really well, especially with the anxiety and sleep disorders. And it's not that you have to take a lot of it. You get the most benefit if you could take, as in true microdosing elements, take a little bit, having an relationship with these mushroom. And also you can have it in a variety of different ways. This is not like psychedelic. These are not psychedelic mushroom. This will not get you to get too excited or raise your heart. None of that. It would actually calms you. That's what I noticed more as someone who microdosed for more than a year. Even though you get excited, you're happy, but you're very calming with this mushroom, very peaceful mushroom. And I've been seeing people getting out of taking pharmaceutical medication to help with their depression and anxiety, just left and right. So I've decided to take it more seriously and develop entire line of Amanita muscaria. So my website is called Heal with Yuri, offering sessions and ceremonies. And I also have a website called Amanita Angel, just dedicated for mushroom product. You can engage just the raw Siberian, just dried out fresh mushrooms or tea. And I have tinctures that is easy and delicious way for you to microdose. You also have chocolates, gummies, body butter that is very tantalizing, body butter, mushroom coffee that actually became my best product that people just can't believe that it is a mushroom coffee, such a delicious coffee that is one of the best way to actually microdose. You're not even noticing that you're microdosing, but you're actually drink very delicious coffee and you're microdosing. So I developed this entire line dedicated for Amanita muscaria over last year or so. And it's getting a lot of attention and people are loving it. And people are healing because this mushroom is subconscious driven mushroom. They work with your subconscious through your dream state and your unconsciousness. So consciously, you may not really feel, but they will work with you in your dream state. So how they work with you is that you take them, and if you can find the right dose, you will go to sleep. You will have a deeper, restful sleep. And while you're sleeping, you will engage all your past dreams, or when you're done with some of healing your past life dreams, you will engage a multi-dimensional dreams. Same you, same age, but in different dimension, with same people, but in different forms, in different dimensions. So all sorts of mystical thing happens as you are microdosing this. And also your spiritual practice also expand to another level is what I engaged. So just simply for just public, people with depression and anxiety, they go for it. But what I noticed is some other people who are very attracted to this mushroom, when they engage and look at this mushroom, immediately they're bonding. They don't have any of those issues, depression and anxiety, but they are very called to connect to this mushroom. And how they are engaging by microdosing or macrodosing this mushroom are this extension of the consciousness and awareness gets deepened. And your third eyes and crowns, this upper chakra opening a lot deeper than ever before when they're meditating or when they are dreaming. So it's been very powerful experience, and I'm very happy to have them as their mothers. They adopted me as their mother. And as a provider, this has been just a blessing for my life. And I feel I'm on my purpose. I feel that I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Sometimes I work, like last night, or I'm making tinctures because I have an event going on this weekend. And I work with them until 2 a.m. in the morning without feeling tired at all. So actually, there are two different ways to take this mushroom, more of a daytime version and more geared for nighttime version. So they're cooked differently. And my tinctures are called the AM tinctures and PM tinctures. AM tinctures are going to give you this amazing energy, but it's different than the spike from the caffeine. It's very sustaining energy. And like I said, you're just going in this ratio of a good energy, and it goes until the time you go to bed. And then you're like, oh my God, it's already midnight, but you're not tired. But when you are ready to go to bed, then you go to bed without having to worry about 1,000 thoughts going through. When you are taking it for the nighttime purpose, you take it, and after an hour or two, you can go to bed. So there are two different ways that they work it through. Morning mushroom tinctures gives you an energy, motivation, focus. So it's excellent for people suffering from ADD, ADHD. And nighttime version is excellent for PTSD healing, sleeping, relaxing, calming. So when you are taking this mushroom for morning and evening, it gets balanced. And as a side effect, what happens is your physical body gets stronger and healthier, and you get out of pharmaceutical drugs. The other side effects of this mushroom microdosing, I've noticed for many, including myself, is you clean your house more. Like without even, oh, I need to clean. It's like your body just goes out and cleaning. And I'm getting this message from them. This mushroom is very much of a clearing. They cleanse you out. They clean all the blockages and mess out of your psyche, so that in physical form, you also clear out, get rid of things, and release. And my house are so much more cleaner than ever before in my entire life these days. And the other side effects of this mushroom is that you just get extremely excited with your life and have a lot of smile on your face, is what I'm noticing with these guys. A lot of insights comes through. Sometimes they will talk to you, and messages are very loving, encouraging messages, very much in lining with my practice. My practice is about giving the power back to you. It's all about, let's find the place where you let your power go. And it's all about empowering you. And they're the same way, but they have this mysterious, fun way to work with you to get your life more calming, at the same time very happy, more purposeful. So this is something that I've been working with. And as someone who is working with the solution for how people can integrate, it's coming from the people who are taking this, as well as my experience is that the mushroom really helps you integrate almost like all the healing work that you have done throughout 10, 20 years of your life. And I often hear, oh my God, I work so much on myself, but like, why is it still feeling like I'm blocked? It's all the work that you have done is not being wasted. It's just not being integrated properly. And what happens is when people are taking this mushroom, they are basically integrating every part of your healing journey and give you like a summary so that you can understand about yourself better. And a lot of things are making more sense in more peaceful way. So this is about the mushroom and my practice. I don't know if I have more time, or am I almost done, Reverend Victor, Dr. Victor, or?
You have a few more minutes, and if anyone would like to put a question in, they're
Yeah.
welcome to give you questions also. I have a quick question for you.
Yes, absolutely.
In addition to the properties that you described, the relationship between the person and the mushroom, did the mushroom ever give you insight into guidance as to other things to do in life, other than cleaning your house and healing and so on?
Yes, it's an amazing, insightful guidance system, because they work from your subconscious state. They are like, they go into a place where the blockage is the causes of something that you're not pursuing. People have been kind of like, I want to do it, but why am I not doing it? That's where they want to go and engage and give you the insights.
Wonderful. Does anyone else have a question? Any other questions? Okay.
I'll jump on. And thank you so much, Uri. And every year I do a Christmas presentation called "The Pagan Origins of Christmas." Every year for 5 years now, and I'm doing it this year. It's like it's my gift to humanity to get some realization on the truth of Christmas. And Amanita muscaria mushrooms is like half of that presentation, right? And so I'm huge about the ancient history and the usage of it. Now, you shared about how it helps with depression and anxiety. There was just a study that just came out recently that a lot of the antidepressants, well, we probably already know this, don't actually help with depression. And these studies were actually manipulated in a way to twist the numbers to look like it assisted people more than it didn't assist people. And it actually was the opposite of that. The amount of people that it didn't assist was way more than the amount of people that it assisted. But even the ones who it assisted, there's some gray area on that, some speculation on what exactly was the reason why they healed from it, So you were talking about the pharmaceuticals, and I just wanted to make that comment that the medication that we're using, that some people even swear by it, that it helps them with, actually creates more of that. And when you stop using it and you're relying on it anymore, you get even more of a slump. So maybe if you want to comment on that just a little bit, speak a little bit more about how it actually can help you with this, maybe some testimonials, whatever you want to share.
With people who were taking antidepressant or anti-anxiety medicine, and they still have anxiety. So they're looking for some other ways to help with them, and at the same to get out of it, because what they're experiencing is actually the true side effects from those pharmaceutical medicine. And 100% of people who I'm speaking about this is that they don't want to be on those medication, because they already feel, obviously, those chemically extracted pharmaceutical medication will lower your frequency. They will not improve your frequency. They will lower it, because antidepressant, you're already depressed, and then you are not healing, you're not treating, you're just squashing, your depression goes even, it's just a big band-aid that even does not even work. So when people are coming through, and then they start having this side. And more people are saying, I don't even know if it's working because I'm taking it because my doctor told me to take it, but I still have it and I have more of it. That's very typical cases. And then a lot of people who wants to do ceremony, plant ceremony, can have to get off of those pharmaceutical medication in order for them to properly engage plant medicine ceremonies. And they're afraid to be off of it because something bad may happen if they get off of it. The great thing about Amanita is when you are on any of the medication, because they're adaptogenic, you are able to actually combine and safely get off of the pharmaceutical and just work with them.
Moon Priestess, thank you so much for everything that you shared today. And one more time, please share with our viewers and listeners your website.
Yeah, my website is called healwithyuri.com. That shows my sessions and ceremonies. I do, as a moon priestess, I do new moon and full moon ceremonies and solstice ceremonies, mostly in California and Sedona. And AmanitaAngel.com has all my Amanita mushroom and blue lotus mushroom product that is all legal, so you can feel safe to work with it. So that's about it. I'm also in Instagram at Heal with Yuri, TikTok Heal with Yuri, and YouTube Heal with Yuri.
Moon Priestess Yuri, thank you so much for joining us and sharing this wonderful wisdom today.
Thank you for having me. Blessings to you all.
And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next presenter. His name is Igor Galaboth. Igor had a very sharp awakening in 2004 with a healer who opened his heart in a spiritual surgery to change his life forever. Igor's senses were heightened and his abilities to see and feel into different dimensional realities shifted, his reality into a very intense way. This led Igor to isolation and to explore his own world through meditation and the connection of his higher self, which led him to telepathic communication with many other celestial and ET races. Spending years in the practice made him understand multidimensionalism and the infinite flow of the universal holographic flow of oneness. Igor bases his heart-centered perspective of consciousness and awakening into your multidimensional potential. His alignment of light workshops funnel what he's learned from over a decade of downloads into simple tools that encourage and support your transformation. His passion is evident as he shows you how he understood the natural flow of the quantum field to manifesting. The truth is always within you. Always trust your inner guidance, he teaches us. His teachings emphasize releasing past trauma and stagnation, DNA reprogramming, balancing and staying present, activating your future vision, realizing your full potential, and becoming spiritually self-sustainable. He has the ability to perceive the holographic vision to simplify how we navigate the quantum complexities of the soul and the multidimensional realities with the pragmatism of a successful businessman. Please join me in welcoming Igor Galaboth. Welcome, Igor.
How are you, Dr. Victor, right? And Rev. Okay.
Well, just call me Victor. Igor, just call me Victor. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Victor. So thank you for having me on this and to be able to share this information with the people. Just gonna quickly go over a few things as far as energy. And I think I'm going to talk about more of the energy bodies because we as humans have such a strong desire to connect to other dimensions and other realms and other beings and communicate with them. but all of it comes back down to our inner technology within ourself and our energy bodies and how they operate. If we truly understand how we function and how the soul operates with this complex dynamic of the physical body and the energy bodies together, we are able to connect to other dimensions without basically connect to other dimensions without being manipulated by other dimensions, because every single being has its own agenda in life, you know. And so I would like to maybe share my screen, some of the things that were downloaded to me during the time of my isolation and meditation. So as I went through my journey, I started to kind of, as a spiritual being, we all start to explore spirituality. We start to go up in vibration, and then all of a sudden we drop. And we have these waves that's constantly going up and down. And how do we close this gap so that we don't constantly have these huge swings from one extreme to another? And all of it comes back down to energy creates matter. If energy creates matter, why are we always trying to heal matter? We should focus on the energy field, which creates the matter. And if we know how to sway the energy in the energetic structure and create a design, a geometrical design within our energy field that can sustain itself and create a solid foundation, from that will allow us to have more an anchoring energy and more grounded with a divine perception, because your physical body processes all this information. So once we, let's say, perceive another dimension on reality, the process that goes through this body, it has to operate at a higher frequency in order to get clarity. Because a lot of times we get messages, we get visions, and we get excited about it, and we're like, okay, wait a minute. How do I know this vision is for me? How do you know that this vision is for this timeline, not a parallel timeline? Because a lot of times we get visions. I'll give a perfect example. Let's say you get a vision, you're like, I need to move to California. And you sell your home and you decide to move to California. And 2-3 years later, you're like, okay, I need to go back home. And you move back to the state that you came from. And what happens is, because that vision was probably for a different timeline. So we have to know, how do we see with clarity? How do we know that this is for here? Truly experiencing the Christed vision, the Christ consciousness that is meant for you in this timeline. And let me see if I can share. I was downloaded different chakra systems information based on, let me see. Screen share. Okay. All right.
You got it, Igor?
Yep. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Let's see. Slideshow. All right. So it goes to the full screen. I don't get to see the little screen.
Yep, perfect. We see
Perfect. Got it. Thank you, Neil. So we have an energy field, and we all know about the toroidal field. But within the toroidal field, we all have more energetic fields that have their own rotational spin. And each one of those rotational spins are different energy bodies. So the closest one is called the etheric body. Then we have the emotional body. Then we have the mental body. And those three that I just mentioned, they actually compile our astral body. So if we can raise the vibration of our physical, our etheric, our emotional, and our mental body, these create your astral body, which is referred to as spirit body sometimes. Okay, so this astral body creates wholeness, and the astral body unites with the causal body. The causal body is referred to as the cause of your existence. It is the part that accumulates information from different timelines of existences and brings the most valid ones to this timeline here so you can experience the frequency vibration. So it says, okay, in another lifetime, let's say you had financial issues or relationship issues. Those issues could have been solved there, or they need to be experienced in this timeline in order for you to resolve it. Now we're stepping into a multi-dimensional experience where the logical mind cannot comprehend of how to heal this. The logical mind can only process the information that is given. So the higher mind, which is timeless, gives you this information and says, okay, this is what you need to experience in order to raise your frequency vibration on your mental body or your emotional body to the higher soul level. Let's see if I can. Okay, so here's a simple chart to illustrate. We have the 7 basic chakra systems, and then we have the field, the etheric field, the emotional, the mental, and then the astral. Each one connects to a different dimension, and each one resonates to some part of your physical body. So if this is a little bit too much for you, I have a course that I go through this information in detail. It's a 6-week course. It actually starts in October 20th, which is in about 11 days. And where for 6 weeks, we go through each energy body. We work with different dimensions. And in each energy body, you have memory. So what we do, we go through each one, we clear out the memory so you can have more space and more awareness into the energetic field to transform yourself. And when the healing takes place, the true healing takes place, you will not feel or remember the trauma anymore, because the trauma is no longer in your field. It has been transmuted and dissipated into the light. And the light is the light of the soul itself. All right. So in the course, I go over some of the heart chakra systems. And here you can see the heart chakra. These energy fields were presented to me by the Palladian and higher dimensional beings during the time of my isolation, which I spent in meditation for about 4 years. And during that time period, I was guided these visions of how to heal and transmute these energies. So as I started to work on myself, I started to notice that this is the field of the heart. So if you can see the upper chakras, they are not on your physical body. They are a little bit away from your physical body. Okay. Let's see. They're a little bit away from your physical body. So you have the emotional heart connection, right? On the left and the right side. And then you have this turquoise energy here, which is connected to your thymus. This is the heart of your inner child, which a lot of people refer to the 8th chakra, but it is the chakra of your inner child, your emotional state. If your emotional state is disbalanced, you cannot get clarity, because your emotional state will throw you off into different turmoils, into different types of vibrations that are not aligned with your higher self. Now, while I'm doing this, if you guys have any questions, feel free to type them up in the Q&A. So we'll continue with this, the thymus. So the thymus is a chakra system that operates with your higher self and operates with the lower 3 chakras as well. The thymus unites the upper realm and the lower realm. Now you see also on the left and the right side of the shoulder clavicle area, there's chakra systems there. Those chakra systems are connected to your kidneys. They're connected to your kidneys because in the workshop, I go over what each organ does and how it connects to your energy body. The organs, the kidneys, store fear. From Taoism, we know this. But the fear is also displayed in your electromagnetic field in the upper part of your heart. So now if you take a look, you can see it creates a pyramid, right? A triangle this way and a triangle down. So the heart center at the bottom is divided into two parts. And the bottom part of the heart is connected to your mental body, your thought process. And the upper part is connected to your emotional body, your reaction and response to things. The mental body, okay, if we take a look at the right side, it's connected to the liver, and the left side is connected to the spleen. The liver stores anger, but that anger has to do with your past. So your mental body that operates in the past will be triggered. And if you have anxiety, your future, your spleen will be triggered. So the mind can regulate these two energy fields, the left and the right part of the mental heart. So we have the mental heart and we have the emotional heart. Now, I'd like for you guys, those that are watching there right now, take a moment and just close your eyes. Bring awareness to your heart, all right? There's no right or wrong way. Just bring awareness to your heart. As you bring awareness to your heart, bring awareness about 3 to 4 inches in front of your heart. Now, as you bring awareness to your heart chakra, give it a gentle command to activate. As you feel it activate, you will feel it spiraling. It is like a spiraling sensation, like the universe spiraling. Now gently bring awareness to your upper heart, the thymus, the turquoise part, the emerald green. Feel that energy activate, and you'll feel it spiraling as well. Now, as that light starts to spiral, bring awareness outside of your body. Feel it coming out of the body into the field, maybe 3 to 6 inches in front of your body. Still feel that vibration emanating and spiraling like the great central sun. Now gently bring awareness to the right side of the energy field of the upper, the clavicle area, and feel you can activate the right side. Now bring awareness to the left side. See if you can activate the left side. Yes. Now we're going to bring awareness down to the lower part of the heart, between the solar plexus and the heart. That is the heart of your mind. And we'll feel that activate. Now bring awareness to the area on the right side of your ribs, and we'll activate that energy there. And that will shift the energy within your organs. And same thing on the left side. We'll activate the chakra on the left side, which resonates with our spleen. Now gently bring awareness above you into your higher self. As you bring awareness into your higher self, ask the higher self a full activation of your heart space, all chakras, all dimensions, as feeling that light coming down through your crown, into the thymus, the inner child, the heart of your inner child. That area not only energizes you there, but it creates a balance within your immune system. It activates your red and blood white cells, and it creates a balance in your emotional state. Now, you instantaneously already can feel the difference within your field, how calmer and more heart-centered you have become, because you have tapped into the 6 centers of the heart. If we take a look at the heart chakra, they actually is depicted as a Merkaba, as a star that has 2 pyramids, one facing up, one facing down. So it's a representation of this energy that activates the heart space. If the heart space is balanced, the rest of the energy fields will naturally start to come into balance, because now you can guide them from the space of love. Energy does not operate from the space of forcefulness. We cannot force it. It's temporary. If we can learn how to come into these spaces from gentleness, understanding, compassion, with a gentle smile, you'll be able to move your universe. In this type of work that we do here, it is very important not to force things. It's important to come into that flow state. And if you can come into the flow state, you can create universes. Let's see. Now the heart is also has a major chakra in the back. And we can see how the chakra system in the back is connected to our elbows and our palms. The heart is the center of it all. So the silver cord, many of you probably heard what is the silver cord. The silver cord is where the heart energy of the divine mother from your soul, the divine feminine aspect of yourself, enters. And when it enters in this space here, it starts to emanate and starts to flow down through your elbows. The elbows have chakras as well, but these chakras are not just regular chakras. They are the multidimensional heart chakras. They are connected to your other dimensions of your heart. So when we connect to other people and we say we love you, what do? We hug them. We wrap our love around them. So the elbows connect you to other dimensions through the astral plane. There's an energetic connection when the heart, the emotional, and the mental body and the astral body all unite. They create a symbiotic relationship with the soul. Now the spirit and the soul can dance together. But this is only the first part, where we just activate the elbows and the palms. When people are doing healings, what do? They scan with their hands, they activate the palm, they sense it, and they sense that energy through their mental body, which translates of what is going on in the other person, and they receive information. So if that information is being received through the sensation, the heart is the main organ or the main component that translates the energy into the mind. So we have to learn how to listen with the heart. In the silence and the beat of that frequency vibration, it translates it, and then we have an answer for the person of what is needed. So let's take a moment and tune in into the heart space in the back. We're always focused on the heart space in the front, but the chakras in the back are the most important ones, much more than they are in the front, because in the back is what receives energy, and in the front is what emanates the energy. So let's bring some awareness into the back of the heart, and we're going to give it a gentle command to activate. The heart chakra in the back is about 6 inches wide, and it unites the chakras in the front, the solar plexus, the heart, and the throat into one space in the back. It's a higher octave from the level of the soul. As you feel that energy activate and spiral, feel that energy expand through your shoulders, through your elbows. And we're going to activate the energy at the elbows. Feel the elbows activate, and you'll right away feel the palms become activated. Excellent. So if you are there on the other side and you are listening, throw me a thumbs up or a heart that you are feeling this, that you are there with me, and that you are flowing through this space of light that's being presented to you at this moment. Okay. This is just a picture of EKG of a heart. And we can see that the heart is actually on an axis. And that picture of EKG of the heart, we can see the toroidal field of the heart, which is basically modern science these days can see this. So we can tell that the heart is on an angle, the vibration of it, and is actually connected to the North Star. So your pool of your heart enters through the back of the pineal. To fully activate the pineal, we need to have fully activated the heart space, because there is a symbiotic relationship between those two that create the wholeness and clarity. We also know that the heart is not just a muscle, it's a rolled muscle. It's one single muscle that is rolled up, which creates a beat, a pulsation. It's a pump. It's a pump just like the sun. And scientists right now can see that there's a small, tiny white dot within the heart that creates this pulsation, but they don't know where the beat is coming from. In Taoism, we also know that there are 7 layers of the heart. Now, if you go back, the heart is actually rolled up in 7 layers of the muscle. How did the Taoism practice? They already knew that back then, that the heart is compiled of 7 layers. Okay, so love, appreciation, grateful, thankful, kindness, and gentle. Peacefulness is all part of the state of the heart. If we can understand and really come into the space and understand our energy body, we have more chances and more likely to connect to other dimensional beings, and we're opening up the probability for them truly to sit with us, because they want us to be at their level of frequency vibration. If we as humans cannot control our thoughts, and these higher dimensional beings are so in control of their belief system as their thought, they choose how to think and when to think. So let's say you got a Tesla that is connected to your mind, and you get into it and you say, okay, drive me here. And it starts driving, and all of a sudden you start thinking, did I turn off my stove? And because it's connected to your brain, the car will turn around and start driving back home. But the higher dimensional beings, they operate their ships through their thought. They choose a location to teleport to, and their ship takes them there because it is part of the extension of their energy field. So their ships are moved and manipulated through their thoughts. So they choose what to think, how to think, and where to hold their thoughts. We as humans are just stepping into the space of thinking positively, and we're just like babies starting to grow. I understand there's a lot of information out there, which is amazing these days, but each individual must come into a space where we can harness this energy within ourselves and become such, in a way, undeviated from our true essence. And that's when we'll be able to sit with the other dimensional beings and communicate with them, because now we are equal. And that's one of the things that I like to focus on. The reason is because if we master our field, our full potential field, if we even just become aware of 10% of our field, now we're operating. Because currently, if you take a look at the field, right? The field, let's say this is 100%. And this body would be about 10 to 15% of the field, not even. Because your field expands 50 feet in each direction. So if you are aware of your physical body, you're aware of your tissue, your bones, that's only 10%. So that means you're utilizing only 10% of your mind. If you're utilizing only 10% of the mind, what happened to the other 90%? That's why they are called energy bodies, because they're part of your body. We must know and understand that these energy bodies create the vibration and frequency within your physical body. This part right here that is being shown to you in color, this is your emotional body. The golden light that you see around this is your mental body. The blue light is your astral body. Okay? And there's many more energy bodies within each one to create the wholeness of the being. So micro and macro, the universe operates at this level. The higher dimensional beings also operate at this level. Now we're stepping to operate in these higher dimensions to have clarity so we can manipulate matter and create the reality that we want. But our main thing should not be focused on manifestation. Your main thing should be manifestation of your electromagnetic field, of your whole toroidal field, of your light body. And once the light body is fully activated, manifestation of the physical reality becomes obsolete, because you are creating it as you think. You are creating it as you're walking this reality. So the focus on things is very important to understand in the order that we need to go, because this physical reality has order, so we have to abide by it because we exist on it. We have a North Pole and a South Pole, so we have duality here. We get lost a lot of times in the other upper realms, but we need to bring that dimension into here. So we have to learn how to merge the 3D with the 5D. So in this course, this is what I go through, is how to merge this. If we can clear out our energy field, okay, at least to 50% of our karmic patterns, you have already stepped into a higher dimension, into the space of the Christ itself. Because after that, your desires of what you have created in this reality will no longer be the same. Your desires will be of the higher self. So when the desires of the higher self come in, manifestation happens instantaneously. And I'm not talking about little manifestations. I'm talking about grand manifestations that will allow you to fully experience this life. When we're young, we have millions of desires. But when we get older, we have one desire, is to be healthy. So it's not just about being healthy, that will come with it, but that will allow you to become the full vessel of the higher dimensional light through your grid level, to align with the grid level of Earth, to be of service, as well as to understand that process of ascension is never ending. It is the process of service that continues to grow within you. With all of that, the divine will always bless you, because once you fully activate your astral body, what we call the seraphim energy, the energies of the higher dimensions, the angelic energy, will be activated within you. This is something that I also go over in the course and in the retreats. This is the chakra system for the emotional body. I know I do not have much time here, but I will go over the emotional body. And these chakra systems are not on the physical body. They are outside of the physical body. The mental body chakra systems, which will go deeper in details as well, and how they operate and how they relate with the emotional body and how they communicate through the templates of the higher dimensions. That's the mental body. And obviously, we all seen the toroidal field. We all seen it, but how do we step into it? How do we really live it? That flower of life that creates it all. So the astral body, I'm just going to jump through. The astral body, there are 3 major chakra systems, okay? Okay. There are 3 major chakra systems on the astral body. The heart, the lower back, and the back of the head, okay? Which is divided into 2 causal bodies. This here, the heart energy, okay, connected to your heart of your soul, which we went over. This is the emotional body, and this is the mental body. When the astral body is fully activated, we've talked about the seraphim energy. The seraphim energy is the energy of the angelic self. The angelic self, meaning that the angels, if we take a look in the Old Testament, they talk about the angels covering themselves with their wings, the 6 wings. The 6 wings is 2 wings will come out of your lower emotional body. When the wings expand, that means you have conquered and transmuted the karma in the emotional body of this lifetime. And some parallel realities as well, because they are working in synchronicity. The wings in the back of the heart will activate. That's 4 wings now. You have 2 here and 2 here. And the wings in the back of your head, which sometimes are referred to Isis wings, the illumination and activation of the divine mind and the pineal gland. The pineal gland can go on and off, but to fully keep it on and fully to be aware of it, it only can operate when the heart space and the emotional body is all in unison and they radiate at a higher level. Okay, so we will work in the course and the retreats. We work into activation of the light body. Through this space, you can also activate your Merkaba, because the astral body, when it's fully activated, that is the Merkaba vehicle. The astral body will unite the emotional, the mental, and the physical into one symbiotic system. From there, you are now open to communicate with your soul and to rewrite your soul contracts to the level that is most aligned and beneficial to both sides, this physical reality and the multidimensional self. There's also a mind grid and an earth grid that we will work with to go deeper into these spaces. All right. So the reason I chose to go this path is because that is what's going to liberate each individual. And when each individual is liberated, beyond the matrix of what we understand and understands how to live within it fully, not escape it, but to be part of it and learn how to transmute it. Because we have to learn how to dive into the darkness and find the light within it and create a balance in this physical reality. So you can walk with your guides and your angels and be aware of what is needed in your reality, because that is who you came here to be. You came here to self-realize. And when you self-realize, that's when you have the freedom to make a choice on the soul level instead of having some other dimensional beings telling you how or what things should be. You know, so our mind and clarity is very important. That's why the body and the energy bodies need to be fully encompassed into our reality so we can become these multidimensional beings. Because when we do sit down with the higher dimensional beings, we know that we are in charge of ourselves. We are solid, we are congruent, we're in a space of love and a space of clarity with full understanding and full compassion. I think my time has come to an end, I believe. 2:45, or do I still have time?
Beautiful, brother. Let's see. You have some time. So do you want to keep going, or do you want me to ask a question?
Yeah, if people have questions, go ahead.
All right. So you shared a few things I wrote down here. be a part of it and dive into darkness, right? And so I know in your course you probably go into the tools and techniques, but I was wondering if you could share things that what we can do. I think you also shared about what we can do to fully manifest our greatest dreams and desires, right?
Correct.
And you basically kind of almost showed us the esoteric science behind what that really represents, right?
Yes.
So what would be some tools that we can take home that we can get to that point?
So one of the big tools is meditation is great. Meditation is just drawing the picture, right? So an artist, when they see something, they visualize it first, then they paint it. So same thing, we need to learn how to do things from the astral plane. First, visualize things in the astral plane, in your ethers, how you want it, how do you see it, how do you perceive it, the end result. The other thing is, how you're going to get there. That is where true manifestation comes into reality, is by taking the action. We must take action. And the thing is that a lot of people, we get visions, but they don't follow through them. They get deviated by other things. The reason is because we do not have a focus. Our focus is very short, especially with these days on the internet. People don't watch things more than 5 minutes. So your focus constantly changes. So we have to learn how to have a strong focus. If you learn how to strong focus, that means you can hold the idea that you're headed towards and not get deviated by the events that are taking place as you're moving towards that direction. So let's say, for instance, you're opening up a business or you want to do something that is in a higher vibration. You have to first train the pituitary gland. Why the pituitary gland? The pituitary gland teaches us how to hold a focus. A lot of people are focused right now. I want to activate my pineal. Focus on your pituitary first, because if you learn how to hold your focus, you'll get to the destination that you need to by taking the proper action. So if you have a focus and you want to get somewhere and you get deviated from that image, that means you have to start over and start drawing your electromagnetic field and the vision that you have to where you want to get. So it's very important to learn how to hold the focus and not get deviated by the little nuances that take place in life, because they will happen. You have to know how to refocus yourself towards the end result and take the proper physical steps. When I say proper physical steps, we also have to create the wisdom of the physical reality. So if you're going into business, then you must study the aspects in the physical reality of that business, how it operates, as well as now apply the esoteric wisdom into it to open the gateways and the doors energetically. So when you start taking the step towards it, it is all already created for you. The manifestation part is the proper action taking and listening to the intuitive side, knowing at the proper timing when to step in and when to step out. That is, I feel like, one of the most important things, physically and spiritually. That's how I've created all my businesses, because of taking and understanding the timing. Nobody knows that better than you do, because everything that you want to manifest flows through this physical body. So if you have anger issues, or you have a sadness or fear issues, or any emotional issues, that energy that you're manifesting, you are the blueprint of it. So that means that blueprint that it flows through you has stagnation within it. So you cannot really come into reality because you are the cause of it. So if you are the master and the goddess that you are to manifest this into this reality, that means you need to continuously work on yourself and really release the blocks within the belief systems. But through action, that's when you justify what you really did energetically. I hope that answered the question. I see some questions out there. How does the soul relate with astral plane? The astral plane still has some duality in it. So the astral plane is just a shell within the bigger picture. So let's say the toroidal field is the soul, and you are within, you're the core of it. So the core of it needs to be purified. In the astral plane, I've mentioned that we have the emotional body and the mental body, etheric body, and physical body. These four compile the astral. So the spirit, when it's full and whole, it will align with the soul. And now the soul starts to dance. So now you become working in symbiotic flow.
Amazing. Actually, I want to ask a couple more questions based on what you just shared. That was incredible what you just broke down there, and especially the whole distraction. Like that really grounds it in. Is how do we get to this point? And you sharing that, get visions and follow through and focus on being able to hold our focus, right? So probably a detoxing or ethically using, I guess, certain tools that distract us, so that because the system, the world is created in a way just to feed into us being distracted within 30 seconds, right? So it's going to take a level of discipline and desire to really want to shift out of that. And then our pituitary gland, you said, is specifically the place that we work on our focus. And
Correct.
You also said when you shift out of focus, which to me is like, don't judge yourself for falling out, but finding ways to refocus ourselves when we shift from that focus.
Correct. Why the pituitary gland? Our body is not our body. Our body is a machine. Our body is a technology that allows things to come into this matrix. So the pituitary gland is actually balances all the hormones. So it balances all the glands in the body. The pituitary gland is the size of a pinky, but if we can get it to the size of a dime through proper meditation and focus, it enlarges. And when it enlarges, you are no longer driven by the hormones of life. So what does that mean, hormones? Because we get deviated by certain desires. Each chakra system has its own mental pattern, and it has its own belief system on different levels. And each petal within the chakra system takes you to a different dimension of your parallel or past realities. So the pituitary gland, when it starts to enlarge, it sends a signal to all the glands to work in unison. So they start to align naturally because the focus is so strong, and the Kundalini starts to rise up, the earth energy starts to rise up, tying everything together into this pillar of light. This pillar of light, which is called the fluorescent tube of light or the pranic tube of light, starts to solidify itself because it is a geometrical structure that we need to build within our energy fields. Because just like our physical body, right? We start going to the gym, we start to see results 5-6 months later. Same thing with our energy bodies. We have to construct it in such a way that it becomes flawless and it maintains its foundation and structure, which takes time on the physical because your mind has the free will to deviate itself from so many things, especially in this reality these days that we have so much information, but there's no order in them. So we have a lot of information, but this information needs to be in order. It's like walking into a library and all your books are on the floor. How do you know where to find which book? That's why we need to have everything into shelves. So we have to learn how to respect and honor this 3D reality and how it operates with the 5D reality. Because if we step into the astral plane, we can build a house over there starting from the roof and finish with the foundation last. But in the physical reality, if we want to build something, we need to build the foundation first, and then the walls come up, the roof comes up, and everything else. So we have to respect the 3D reality, how it operates, the 5D reality, which is the simplicity of things, infuse this 5D into 3D, and understand how this physical body works, because manifestation comes through this body. So I really love to understand the anatomy, because even though I finished for finance in college, and after my awakening, I was like, whoa, I'm feeling this, I'm feeling that. What is inside of me? What's going on? What are these organs? And when you start to understand that these organs are not your organs, they are vehicles. It's like inside of a watch, you have all these mechanisms, they're working together. You remove one, your minutes and your seconds will fall apart, and that's it. You're no longer incongruent with the time. So same thing with our physical body. We must understand how it operates, get into a higher state of frequency, so all the vehicles within really work in unison. Now you are the processor of the energy that's coming from your soul, and you got clarity.
Beautiful. And so, if for us to get to this point, it's not just meditation and increasing our pituitary gland to growing in size. What is there? Is there something beyond meditation? Do you teach this in your course? Is it a constant practice? What if
Yeah.
we have multiple practices? Is that also feeding into the lack of focus? Should we have one practice and dive deep into that to expand that awareness?
No, you should learn as much as possible. It's very important to learn as much as possible. Why? Because it feeds the ego. The ego wants to learn everything. And once it becomes filled up with all the tools, now your intuition will start utilizing that wisdom, and you'll start listening to your intuition when to step in and when to use this tool. But we must have a daily practice. Yes, you get up every day, you brush your teeth, you take a shower, you take care of yourself, you make sure you look well before you come out. Yes, we must do the same thing with our energy body. We must have a daily practice. It is just part of the existence. That's how the universe created. The sun doesn't come out whenever it wants to. It always comes out in the morning, settles down at night. It doesn't pop out at 3 o'clock during the day. Because we have time, we have to learn how to utilize the goddess of time to serve us. So in the morning, if we have a daily practice, no matter what kind it is, we need to do it. It's part of our structure. It's part of our DNA. Because if we have that, that's when you create this strength within yourself.
Last question. Is there a practice for all the things that you said here, increasing our pituitary gland and being able to focus more and not be distracted? Do you find that for you, maybe you want to share your practice, or is there a specific one you can recommend that would be more targeted towards that?
Yeah, so if you were looking for the pituitary gland activation, is looking at the flame or looking at a dot. Why? Because when we start to look at it, pay attention to what happens to your mind. Does your mind run away into different directions? Do you get teary eyes? Do your ganglionic nerve system start to hurt in the eyes? That's because there's a lot of mental activity happening. So in the workshop, in the course, I do go over this information. We work with all these energy bodies in detail. I go over with people of how to align and activate themselves into the proper state. Then we work with the karma. The more we release these karmic patterns from our energy field, the more the body heals and the channels open up. The nervous systems opens up. Through proper breathe sequences, through focus meditations, activations of the energy bodies, and finding stillness. So we need all of those types of techniques in order to create a unison within the mind and the body, as well as the spirit. So yeah, in the course, I do go over this stuff, and then I do retreats. And the retreats, we go even deeper because they takes about 5 days, 5 to 7 days in the retreats, where we activate the light body. Because when we sit in the same container and the whole program goes together, like I have a whole sequence of it that's put together in order to get to the light body, where we activate and we actually can see and feel the matter starts bending. The walls will start to move and cave in. That is through the practice of getting into the light body, the seraphim light. That is where that deeper practice continues.
Amazing, Igor. Brother, thank you so much, man. That was incredible. And honestly, everything that you shared, the way you shared it was an activation in itself, truly inspirational. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, everybody, for listening. If you guys are interested, October 20th, actually, a new course begins, which is in 11 days.
And is that a live course? Like, are you going to have live classes as well, pre-recorded?
Yeah, it's pre-recorded, and then I go live once a week. So everybody gets a chance to go over through the course. And then on once a week, I meet with everybody, and we go through Q&A, and we go through the activations even deeper, anything that people need adjustments in as well, because I'm able to see through the energy fields. So I'm able to guide them to release their blocks that are having as well. So that was a big blessing and a gift in 2004 when I had my activation.
Amazing, man. You're doing some great work. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. Much love to everybody. Enjoy yourself. Thank you, brother, for everything that you do and holding the space and bringing people together.
Thank you, brother. Okay, we'll talk later. Beautiful, everybody. Hope you're all doing amazingly. So we're going to continue going here. But we've had some incredible people today, and this is day 2. We have 2 presenters left. And I think it'll be a good moment for us just to breathe together, especially after what we just received in the whole day. And then we're going to go into Lori Spagna is going to come on in a second, introduce Zoe Davenport. And then we're going to end off with some music with JClay, which is going to be a great experience because JClay and I actually, spoiler alert, just created a hip hop song together that we're going to be launching pretty soon. And he's an amazing hip hop artist. So you get to experience him in a moment. So I feel let's go ahead and shift the energy a little bit and just take a moment here just to breathe into our hearts. Slow everything down for a second. Just maintain the silence for a few seconds before we take some breaths in and out. I invite you to put your hand or hands on your heart. Take a deep breath in, fill up your lungs. Expand through your heart. Deep breath in again. Out through the heart. One more time. And out through your heart. Okay, amazing. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. And we still have so much more awareness to share over the next few days. So I'm excited now to bring on my good friend again, Lori Spagna, to introduce Zoe. So let's bring Lori on. Hey, Lori.
Whoa, what an amazing event is going on here. How awesome. Let's have some, how is everybody in the chat? Let's have you share some love. How are you feeling about everybody? How are you benefiting? Share some of the things, the big takeaways, some of your big learnings, your big lessons, your big ahas. Give some love to everybody. People are showing up and really doing amazing contributing here. Don't you agree?
Yeah, definitely.
And it takes, a lot of people don't always realize, I know most of the people listening, but a lot of people don't realize these kinds of spiritual and energetic breakthroughs, they are truly profound, life-changing transformations that people go through. So when people like Igor just shared about his breakthrough and his transformation, that is not something one just happens on. That is something hard earned from many lifetimes, likely the accumulation of lifetimes of work and dedication. So yeah, I love to see your love in the chat.
Yeah, we got some hearts and namaste. Lori says, so good. This is so informational for me. We have a couple of 100% thrown up here.
Awesome. Yeah, love that. We love the feedback. We love that we're helping you. And yes, so we have Zoe coming on. Are we ready to introduce her? Is she ready?
Yeah, we're ready. She's ready. Go for it.
All right, well, let me just say, I'm so excited I get to introduce Zoe. I did not know that I was going to be introducing her, but what an honor and a privilege. Zoe Davenport is a speaker, a writer, a spiritual mentor, a catalyst. She's dedicated to being a catalyst to helping others to connect with their highest potential, their highest wisdom from within. She's an amazing light worker, gifted starseed. She's a friend and a colleague. We've connected many times over the years. I'm so honored and grateful and privileged to share her, or not to share her, but to introduce her here today, because I know she is going to knock your socks off. She's such an amazing contribution in the world. And so without further delay, let's bring Zoe on. Hello. Hi. How are you?
I'm great to see you. Oh, it's so good to see you. It's been a while. How are you?
Yeah, it's been a while, but you look brilliant, radiant, beautiful as ever. Beautiful goddess.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So what are you going to be sharing today? And then I'll just take myself off, but just how are you going to be sharing and what you're going to be offering to the group today?
Yeah, so I wanted to dive in a little bit about spiritual embodiment and energetic integration, and it's something that's like a hot topic for me right now, and then I'll take everyone through a little energetic practice as well. So yeah, and see what wants to come through.
So excited. We're so lucky and blessed to have you here, and we're all going to benefit hugely. So without any further ado, I'm going to just hand it over to you. And I know Neil will just take me off screen, but I'll be here if there's anything you need. And I'll make sure I put in any links, drop any links for you, and take it away.
Amazing. Thank you, Laurie. So great to see you. Amazing. Hello, everyone. How are you? And I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Neil and Portal to Ascension. And what an amazing conference that we're in. And I wanted to add to this that there's something so divine and magical that happens when we continue to show up and absorb the information that's gifted to us through events like this. I was with Neil in person recently at the Portal to Ascension Glastonbury conference, which was amazing. And when we're continuously reminding ourselves of the potential and the history and the knowledge and the wealth that is within us, and we're learning new techniques, and we're being guided to learn from different teachers and read different books, it does keep us in that elevated state of consciousness. And when we're in that elevated state of consciousness, we get to expect shifts to happen. And I'm not going to lie, it is funky out there right now in the world. There is so much that has been showing up in the field of reality, particularly over these last 5 years. And there's these big historical moments in time where it can feel at times like there's not enough that we can do. And it is in these opportune moments that this inner work is so important, and also that outer work, and looking at where we can show up and take inspired action and show up for others in connection and community. And so as we continue to hold ourselves in these elevated states of consciousness through these amazing events, we get to send these ripples of impact out into the world. And so what I wanted to dive into today was about physical embodiment. And this is something that I have been learning so intently, particularly the last kind of 2 years in particular, but really the last 10 to 15 years, that it's so easy when we have our awakenings to open up our higher dimensional channels, and we can have these really beautiful energetic experiences. But then there's this kind of time delay that happens with the physical body. There's this time delay that happens with the physical reality. And sometimes there can feel this slight disconnect, almost a slight separation, or sometimes almost like a depression or anxiety, because there's this whole potential of these fields of consciousness, these threads of existence that exist beyond time, space, that we have access to, that we can experience etherically and multidimensionally. And then we look at the physical reality and we think, okay, well, what gives? Where is the connection? And what can we be doing on the ground to be being the embodied manifestation of that higher dimensional consciousness and that higher timeline and our higher selves? And so the embodiment piece is really, really important. And this goes beyond just grounding. This goes beyond just feeling grounded in the physical body. It's also getting comfortable feeling grounded in our expanded multidimensional bodies. It's about becoming comfortable and grounding in to more of us, which is about holding more consciousness, which is about holding more light, which is about how our nervous systems are processing light encoded information per second, because the more light that we process, the higher state of consciousness we can physically embody. And then we are vibrating at these frequencies that then we start to see these ripples and impact in the external field of reality. And so when I was tuning into us as a collective, and any of you listening to this information, I was asking, what is one particular technique or practice that I could share as a reminder for us to pay attention to? And I got the message coming through of the golden sun codes. And so as most of you are aware, we are receiving huge solar flares, which are affecting our electromagnetic frequencies of our hearts. It's affecting us on so many levels. And the reconnection to the sun, building a relationship to the sun through that morning prayer, that morning awakening practice, and that evening as the sun goes down. And so if you've never done sun gazing, for example, this is a really great way to receive the full encoded spectrum of light that's available to us and for us. That really optimizes our health. It really optimizes our cells, and it helps us to keep in a remembering of this energy that's available for us. And so that was one of the things, is to when you are able to, is to develop a really deep morning or evening or both practice of sun gazing. And please check out how to do this properly and safely. And, you know, even if day one you start off with 1 second, and then the next day you start with, you know, do a week of 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. So please see how to do that properly. The next piece to this as well is really paying attention to what we are ingesting, what we are physically digesting on a daily basis, whether that's the conversations that we're having, whether that is the type of foods that we're consuming, the types of drinks that we're having. And just bearing in mind that we have to find a balance, that if we're having too much of a digestion of energy that is not supportive to hold more light, and not supportive to regulate the nervous system, and not supportive to open up our channels of receptivity of our higher self, then there is the balance that needs to play out. And so it's not about, you know, feeling like you can't have anything in this physical reality, but it's just bringing awareness of what you're choosing to have consciously in your awareness. And so even the reminders of, you know, the types of cleaning products that we have in our homes, the types of movies or books or conversations that we're having, this all has a direct impact and influence over our physical and energetic and spiritual body. And so as we start to kind of learn how to be in better relationship to the physical body, it allows more spaciousness for this light encoded information to be digested and work harmoniously. Thank you. What I'm also hearing from our collective higher selves is to not ignore the physical body, to not ignore physical symptoms and just hope that they magically go away, but actually to pay attention, because if there's something coming up for you on a physical level, it's an indication that there's an imbalance, or there's something energetic that wants to be moved through. Thank you. And so sometimes just the recognition alone, the connection to, thank you, body, thank you for bringing this awareness to me, thank you for showing me that there is a particular ache or pain or something that doesn't feel quite in harmony. What can I do to support you today to feel more expanded? What can I do to support you today to feel more healthy? And so with that as well is about bringing in more prana, more life force energy at a daily basis. And so literally receiving the nourishment, I'm going to call it nourishment, deep nourishment and food from the sun codes, from that full spectrum of light in the morning and the evening, and to make sure that the water that we're drinking is structured, it's hydrated, it's alive, also goes a long way to helping with our physical bodies and our nervous systems as well. Something like chlorella is also something that would be supportive to add into the diet, because chlorella holds the highest concentration of light in any digestible nutrient on the planet. So chlorella is also really good. And that mixed with coconut water is like plasma for the blood. It's like a full blood transfusion. Okay, so I'd love to take us through a little practice to just fill into some of the information that's coming through here. And I will leave some question time at the end as well. Okay, so when you're all ready, just please taking a moment to close your eyes and taking some cleansing breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth. And then breathing in through the nose and out through the nose. Those deep inhalations, imagining drawing life force energy into every single cell of your body. And on these exhalations, just letting everything else go, allowing all parts of you to relax. Deep inhalations. Deep exhalations. And just feeling the soles of your feet connecting into the earth. And imagining sending a cord of light from the base of your spine at your root all the way down into the deep crystalline core of Gaia. And just feeling yourself anchoring in and reconnecting to the crystalline grid of Gaia, to fifth dimensional consciousness. And imagining yourself drawing up this beautiful Gaia life force energy up from the center of the earth, up through your roots, but all the way up through the soles of your feet, all the way up into the base of your spine, all the way up into your sacral, all the way up into your solar plexus, all the way up into your heart, all the way up into your throat, all the way up into your third eye, all the way up into your crown. And then imagine this energy pouring out through your crown and all the way out through the sides of you, and all the way up into the soles of your feet again, up through all of your energy centers, all the way out. So you imagine this almost like this toroidal field becoming activated through your breath, or drawing this energy up, out through your crown, around the sides, and back in through your feet again. And imagining your energy field becoming more expansive, more wider, taking up space. And just really feeling it drawing through your heart space, opening and expanding out your heart. And just noticing where the mind wants to shut down, it wants to stop, and just deepening those inhalations and really visualizing, using your visualization to draw that energy up and around and all the way through, opening up that toroidal field, expanding that electromagnetic frequency of the heart, taking up space, opening up your energy body, opening up your physical body, opening up your emotional body, opening up all of your parts that are connected to the physical and interdimensional, and opening up all parts beyond space, time, opening up all connections to your higher self, opening up all parts to your future self. Continuing to use your breath as your guiding and activating tool, breathing in, drawing that energy up and all the way around. All the way up, out through the crown, out through the sides, in through the soles of the feet, and all the way back up again. Almost getting into a rhythmical movement of the body, perhaps ever so gently, feeling that connection to the physical body, feeling how that breath moves through the body. Allowing those shoulders to drop down and feeling that connection through the soles of the feet to the earth, grounded into this moment, grounded into your breath. And then your next inhalation, that breath, imagining that that is pure crystalline, golden prana life force energy. Using your imagination, just feeling that every part of that breath is just vibrating and tingling to every cell, moving anything that is dense or has been slightly stagnated in your field up through the crown, out through the sides, and up through the soles of your feet again. So you're making this beautiful rhythmical connection to yourself, to your cells, to your truth, using that pranic life light force energy, moving, expanding. Good. And then slowing that breath down and just slowly coming into pause with the physical body, taking one hand on the heart, one hand on the sacral. Take a deep breath in. And hold the breath on the inhalation, holding up all of that goodness inside in the heart space, in the body, holding for 10, 9, 8, relax the shoulders, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathing out. Holding the body still, holding that exhalation. Holding that exhalation for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slowly drawing in a breath through the nose for 4. Breathing out for 4. Allowing your entire body to feel weightless and still in this moment. Feeling into the essence of you. Feeling into the essence of the connection of your future self. What is an intention that you wish to put into the field in this moment of stillness? How do you wish to feel? What is it that you desire? Setting that now. Anything in the way of that we release across all versions, all timelines, allowing all of the change to happen, to open up to that intention as we have put that into the collective field. And then in this moment of stillness and silence and open-heartedness, sending a prayer to the collective community of all beings on earth. Visualizing harmony, visualizing love and connection. Take a deep breath in, deep breath out. Remembering that it is easy to always come back to this point, this space of you, to reset, reimagine, reinvent, to re-inspire, to be inspired, to be in spirit, in body, and body in spirit. Remembering there is no separation of the two. You're one of the same. You're one consciousness. And that your physical body is here with you as the vessel of light to experience the delights of this earth. Remembering to come back here whenever you so choose and desire and wish to reset. It is through your energetic connection, through the heart. It is through your ability to breathe yourself into your aliveness, a waking up, your cellular memory. Take a deep breath in. Deep breath out. When you're ready, bringing your hands together and creating some heat. Placing them over your eyes and gently opening your eyes and coming into space. Giving yourself a hug, making that physical connection. Beautiful, everyone. Whew. The practices that we are encouraged to do on a daily basis do not have to be complicated. They can be very simple. And it is the continuation of these practices each moment that help to keep us in that field of consciousness while we do start to experience those physical shifts, those timeline shifts, those quantum jumps of existence. And so listening to incredible beings such as this conference, and then the takeaway of this is making a firm commitment every single day, every single moment. I am consciously choosing my consciousness. I am consciously choosing to allow myself to expand. I am expanding. I'm consciously choosing to allow more life force, more light force, energy through my being, through my breath, through my spoken word, through my ability to ground into that future vision. And that is what allows us to continue changing our state and harmonizing with the field. And as I said on the ground earlier, there is so much distortion and interference and distraction, all designed to keep us out of state, out of consciousness, out of body. And so as we move forward, how we start our day and how we end our day is so powerful. And so when we can try to connect to the sun and to connect to our body and build a deeper relationship with the communication of what we are being shown, the spiritual embodiment piece that happens is that you are always connected. And so your telepathic skills are always online. Your psychic skills are always online. Your mediumship skills are always online. You are always connected. You are always tuning in and hearing the different frequencies that are available to bring us this way or this way. So I think we are just about wrapping up on this moment together, and I wanted to leave a little bit of spaciousness if anyone had any questions. And Laurie, I don't know if you can see the comments, or if anyone has anything to share, then I'm all ears, and thank you so much. And if any of you want to dive deeper into any of these practices or transmissions, I quite often lead group journeys online, so you can sign up to the newsletter at my website, which is zoedavenport.com, and or shoot me an email, which is info@zoedavenport.com. So thanks everyone. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, or Laura, if you have anything to share, then I'm all ears, and thank you so much.
Good, I'm back on. Okay,
Hello.
I was just waiting. Also, hi, that was so wonderful. And I was just grabbing your link to your website again, so that's in the sidebar. That was so beautiful, Zoe. Okay, so yeah, so does anyone want to ask anything? They're all zoned out. They're all in bliss.
That's kind of how I feel as well. I'm like, whoa, we could have been there for about 2 hours.
It is what happens. So I loved what you shared at the earlier part too, at the onset, about taking care of our physical bodies. I noticed that for me this week as well. Like more than ever, I noticed my own physical body saying, like, start asking me, start talking, listening to me better. Like, how might you advise some people? Because a lot of times people think like all the spiritual stuff is about leaving the body. But really, it's about integrating. How would you advise people to start integrating both practices? And you gave us some great tips. What else might you offer on that or share on that to elaborate?
Yeah. Well, and this is something that some of you may already know, but it's always a good reminder, and I'm myself reminded of this often, is looking at our habits and looking at our daily habits, because that has a massive impact on our physical bodies, our emotional bodies, our spiritual bodies. And so, if the habit is to always have a cup of coffee at a particular time of day, then that's a habit. And I'm always about I like to call myself a pattern disruptor, because we're always wanting to disrupt the field of consciousness based on a certain frequency of where we're currently vibrating. And so when we can break up the patterns through our day by changing our daily habits, that goes a long way in allowing more spaciousness for this newness, this new energy that wants to come in through us, within us, and all around us through that open heart portal. And then it's also looking at what are some of the things that we are perhaps addicted to, something like sugar, or unhealthy eating habits, or perhaps there's a sense of, I really want to listen to this inspiring podcast, but then the saboteur chooses to binge watch an entire season of Netflix, for example. So there's always subconscious parts of us that is always designed to trip us up, right? And so we have to bring in more consciousness and get really real and vulnerable with ourselves. And it's not to beat ourselves up and be like, I'm not doing well, but just be, even just like for example, for 2 weeks, just be in observation. What is it that you're doing? What is it that you're doing? What is it that you're not taking action on? What are the things that that are habitual on a daily basis? And how is the practice of connecting to the divine? Is it kind of just wake up in the morning and do a few things and tick the boxes and, okay, I've done my practice, I've pulled my card, and then really sitting with, where am I distracting myself from allowing myself to feel more of myself, more of my cells, more of my prana, more of my life force energy? Because the mind will always want to create distraction, because it wants to keep you in a stuck, limited paradigm of existence, because that's where fear is fed to the bigger agenda of separation and divide. And so we can do ourselves a favor by really being on observation of what are the daily habits. And then the final piece to this, just to finish this thread, spend longer than you think you need in a particular practice. And so if you're sat there for 10, 20 minutes because you just want to tick the box that you've done a meditation, where are you not allowing yourself to go deeper into the expression of that experience? Because that is where the change happens. And that's what I was sharing at the beginning, when we constantly remind ourselves, and, like listening to a conference like this for 8 hours is going to start to shift things. And so it's also with that daily habits, as we continue to make those subtle changes, that is going to shift things for us as well. So it's been such a delight to be here. And thank you so much for having me on. And I feel really zoned out from that little practice myself, actually. It was beautiful.
It's amazing, right? Little practices like that are not so little. They really have much more of a profound effect. And the thing is like, a lot of times, two things based on what you said. First of all, a lot of times people they're expecting something instantaneous in the moment other than feeling calm. But in the moment you feel calm, your nervous system is relaxed, you feel peaceful, but you don't realize in the moment, because the brain hasn't integrated what you've received in the moment. And what ends up happening is that days later, or the next day, you're walking the dog, you're in the shower, or over the next week, you start to become more conscious that something in your life or in your belief systems or in the way you're doing things or believing or perceiving has shifted. And very oftentimes people don't equate it. They don't link it back to that 5-minute moment where they just did a light meditation and felt more peaceful. But that's how it happens. Exactly what you just led us through. So beautiful. And the other quick comment I wanted to make was that what you were saying about the brain doesn't always recognize its patterns, or we don't always see our patterns. And if we just become an observer, I just also wanted to say that there's so much scientific evidence now coming out about how the brain is always looking for reasons, and it'll actually start assigning reasons just so that it can kind of complete whatever it needs to complete in a thought process. So when you suggested for us to become the observer, and I know Neil says this all the time too, by observing, we're no longer trying to make the monkey mind make up reasons. We're just, here's what is it. Really relaxes the over-analyzing, overthinking monkey mind that allows us to become more of the vehicle for the light to flow through. So
Yeah.
beautiful practice. Neil, do we have a couple more moments, or do we have to wrap?
Oh, we have JClay coming up, and we can start in a couple minutes. Did you have something else you want to share?
Well, only because someone did ask a question when we asked for questions, and I think it was Christina said, well, it wasn't so much of a question, but she said that she was getting some messages from her body that she felt that she was ignoring, and she wasn't so sure what to do about it. So I didn't know if Zoe, if you wanted to address that. She wasn't
Yeah.
sure
And
what to do
so,
about it.
yeah. So, well, if you're getting a message from your body, take action on what it's telling you. Like, it sounds simple, right? And so, and don't be afraid to investigate and dive deeper into what's coming up, right? And we're in a tough time right now with this physical reality. Pretty much every single food and clothing and household cleaning material and saucepans, like everything has so much crap in it that is messing around with our frequency. And so we want to just be so mindful of how much of that we're allowing into our field. And so that's why holding more life force energy, holding more prana, really expanding our frequencies, we're moving beyond that density that's going to be affecting us. And, you know, the physical bodies are exhausted right now. We're being bombarded by so much energy. And so we want to give ourselves the best chance to feel in harmony and awake and alive and be bouncing out of bed and feeling that energy. And even if there is no takeaway from this, connect to the sun in the morning. Connect to the sun and receive the full photonic light codes that are available to us without glasses, right? And even if it's just being outside and looking around will be so powerful in the acceleration of our ability to hold more light. And then the second piece to that is really learning about the nervous system and regulating the nervous system, because that is so powerful for holding more energy and for healing and for grounding and all the things, and opening up our multidimensional gifts as well. So
yes,
so
yes.
true. Awesome.
Beautiful, Zoe. Thank you so much, Zoe.
Thank you,
Love
Zoe.
my pleasure. Oh, so good to be here. Love to you both.
So great to
Everyone.
reconnect with you.
Yeah, you
Thank
too. It's
for
been a while.
everything
We
you
should
shared. You guys, give it up for Zoe. Give her some love. Give her some love. Share any of your big takeaways, any of your big ahas. I know Zoe will love to read them after she's not on camera anymore. It's fun to look and see how people have benefited.
We have the biggest cheerleaders in the room here, Flo Karuna.
Oh,
yeah.
Hi,
Hello,
Flo.
Flo. That's awesome. Yeah. Because, you know, Zoe, I totally respect and admire you for giving of your heart and the way you show up, and just all the speakers, just showing up and giving of our hearts to be of service. So
exactly.
Thank you,
and
everyone.
Zoe, you know, Zoe's presented a few times on Portals Ascension now, and we normally speak right before her presentations, and almost always says to me, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Don't tell me.
My response is always like, it's just, am I giving away too much?
That's behind the scenes.
I'll say I'm always like that. I never know.
This is the authenticity of your experience, is that I've got to know you enough now to know that it doesn't even matter to even have that conversation with you, because you just come in and whatever comes in that moment, and you know it. Because that's what sometimes it happens to me when I come and present, and I'm not going to have a presentation, and I know I'm going to talk. It's like my mind wants to come up with what I'm going to say, but even though my heart knows it's just going to come out in that moment, but it still gets a little nerve-wracking at times, because you know you're trying to figure out what's going to happen, because you want to plan it out, right? But always just just continue being you, Zoe. Like, you just step into your own authenticity and you speak from your heart. And because you speak from your heart, everything that should come out comes out, you know? So appreciate you. And I love you for everything you do and are.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Divine
Okay, we'll talk later.
Bye.
Bye, Zoe. Okay, amazing. All right.
Beautiful, brilliant, magnificent. Yes.
Ready for the grand finale?
Yeah. Ready for the grand finale.
I got to say though that it was pretty cool because we started today with 3 cosmic awareness people, and then we went into Amanita muscaria and microdosing for anxiety and depression. Then we had Igor, who went even deeper into the groundedness of the causal body and how we can start focusing ourselves, how we can make our minds get move away from the distracted reality of 30-second TikTok videos, basically, to being really focused. And then Zoe, which is you got to feel to heal, to wrap up everything she said there, not distracting ourselves from feeling more. So I love that just coincidentally, half the day was galactic, the other half was like bringing it back down to earth, you know?
Yeah, being real with what is. Love that.
Yeah.
And I just put Zoe's her website in the sidebar as well for people who want to connect with her, because there's some amazing that I didn't mention that I meant to mention, some amazing an amazing free gift there that I'm sure people will love about clearing subconscious programming. So just use the link that's in the sidebar there, and you can access that through Zoe and stay connected.
All right, so here we go, guys. This is the closing for today. We're going to have our last guest on in a second, JClay. And just to let you know really quick, if you guys want to support Portal to Ascension and support this event for the 11 days that we're doing this, I went ahead and posted the info in the chat there. Everybody who donates gets entered to win 3 months of a free events in Portal to Ascension. We'll do the drawing later, and the link's up there as well. So if you feel like supporting, we love and appreciate everything that we could get in, okay? So now I have the distinct honor of introducing a brother that I met around just over a year ago now, a year and a couple of months. And I was at Ian's conference. This is how I introduced him at the other conference. Ian's conference is the Near-Death Experiencer Conference. And that year, which was over a year ago now, decided to bring in some more music and more talent, art. And JClay, I think he was closing one of the nights. And his hip hop, I rap and do spoken word, and I'm really into conscious hip hop. But the way he presented his music, his artistry, the videos that he creates are so incredible that I just needed to connect with him. And I'm glad to say that now we've created a connection. We're starting to make music together, and he's doing some incredible things. And it's only really the beginning. He has some ideas and intentions of what he's going to be putting together. One of the things that I saw from him at the conference was he created a video, which was a visual journey, and he had an overlaid vocals, and it was this beautiful experience where not only was the visuals incredible, but his vocals and his spoken word took you on a deep journey. And so we're going to get to experience some of this today. We're going to raise their energy up a little bit here after this experience as not only entertainment, but also a deep experience of music and how music should be used to heal rather than to distort and disconnect, which is what has happened in the world. So a little bit about JClay, spiritual rap artist that makes music to heal even the most reluctant of minds. His mission is to help people around the world to find and keep peace always. He is one of the leaders of the spiritual hip hop movement, using music to expose the false beliefs that limit growth. His album, I Am Nobody, I Am Someone, has been endorsed by industry and psychology professionals, music fans, and is being heralded as a key tool in healing the mind. The way JClay is able to break down the mind-body-soul connection in song form in reference to healing is truly remarkable. There's a quote from a holistic psychologist. As one fan said, if Jesus rapped, it would be this. JClay is thrilled to change how music can be used to heal for good. So everybody join me in welcoming JClay to the awakening. Hey, brother.
Hey, thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
Happy to have you too, man.
Yeah. Should I just jump right in, or?
Yeah, dude, excited for what you're gonna share. It's all yours. Let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna share some music. I'm gonna perform it live. And when I start this first song, just let me know that the levels are right. I tested it a million times, but of course I want to make sure. But yeah, this first song, I'll just start right off. Shine Blind. It's an introduction of the kind of music I make, and you'll get the message. You'll see. Here we go. Get on the music. All right.
Yeah, we hear it. Sounds good.
Cool. Let's go. Hey. Aha. Yo. Every day I'm shining. You got that light too, we should be blinding. Hey, every day I'm shining. You got that light too, we should be blinding. Shine on them, blind them. Shine on them, blind away. Shine on them, blind them. Shine on them, blind away. Shine on them, blind them. Shine on them, blind away. Shine on them, blind them. Hey, hey, I ain't never seen right, just been perceiving. Can't believe in what I've been believing. People see the past when the past gone. People seeming mad when I laugh long. People seem built on some guilt and try to pass it on and think it's cute. When you share love, then you get love. When you share then you get what we gonna learn? Learn it now. Be present right here. Smile. I promise that guidance is promise. So find this is sinus and harvest. I'm your savior. So are you. So are him and her, and it's all true. When you scold a judge, then we both bruise. When you hold a grudge, then we all lose. So every day I'm shining. You got that light too, we should be blinding. Hey, every day I'm shining. You got that light too, we should be blinding. Shine on them, blind them. Shine on them, blind away. Shine on them, blind them. Shine on them, blind away. Shine on them, blind them. Shine on them, blind away. Shine on them, blind them. Hey, hey, I forgive you. Now let's go find some other ones to give to. You can only give what you got. You can never live if you not. Hey, bring that mug back. Ooh, I forgive you. Now let's go find some other ones to give to. You can only give what you got. You can never live if you not. Hey, man, I swear all people are awesome. No matter where I go, I'm seeing God's son. I'm eating life. F death. Man, I feast. Manifest. Ooh, hey, if it ain't love, I can't hit. Love, love like you in the spirit. Hey, if it ain't love, I can't hit. Love, love like you in the spirit. Hold up. Hey, every day I'm shining. You got that light too, we should be blinding. Hey, every day I'm shining. You got that light too, we should be blinding. Shine on them, blind them. Shine on them, blind away. Shine on them. Hey, the fake ain't worth seeing anyway. Blind them, shine on them, blind away. Shine on them, blind them. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah. Hold up. Oh my God. Oh my peace. Oh my God. Oh my perfection. Hey, yeah. So that song is Shine Blind, and as I said, it's an introduction to all of this about shining your light for others to see. And when you shine your light, it does many things. It shines away the darkness that others carry with them. So sometimes, people may think they're in a dark spot, but if you come around them shining your light, they can actually start to see their own light. Because I know sometimes, we are reserved. We don't want to outshine someone. Thank you, Heather. We don't want to outshine certain people, and we really want to show the world that there's nothing to be afraid of. Like all those scary figures, all those scary things, shine our light. It shines those away, and we can see it for what it really is. And thank you all. Thank you, Sharon. And the thing about the music that I try to do is it's almost like a meditation, but also affirmation. So you can affirm certain things. You can affirm these new beliefs, and it replays in your mind like a meditation, as only music can do. And so I like to take people on a healing journey. And one of the things I found, besides people not being willing to shine their light, is sometimes they don't see their own light. They don't see their own great qualities. They don't see what makes them unique and what they bring to the world, just as they are, not without changing anything. And one key to that is acceptance. And so this next song, appreciate that, Lorraine. She said she started smiling and shining. One thing about this next song, which I call I Like You That Way, this was made because a lot of, especially women in my life, didn't see how great they really were. And I wanted to show them that. I wanted to kind of tell them to chill, relax. Like, you are farther off than you think. You are better off than you think. And yeah, I'll just start that now. Yeah, it's got that summer feel to it. You can dance, relax. Yeah. And best of all, you don't gotta do nothing to step into your perfection, because you're perfect as you are. Hey, maybe I like you that way. 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 You don't gotta change yourself yet for the better. You don't gotta blame except what is better. And if you do change, then it's cool, cause you're cool. But it's strange when you ain't so, baby. Hey, cool. Man. You don't gotta make up in style. You just gotta wake up and smile. You just gotta not give a doubt about a lot of cause you got a bottle full of that wow. And then it's so much, and then it's so rushed. Never stayed in the light for your eyes to adjust. And so you throw shade and disgust and wonder why you feel enslaved and in stuck mode. Oh, can't have one without the other. Can't seek peace and still be bleak with each other. No, I ain't trying to tell you what to do. I just want you to be you. Cause maybe I like you that way. Maybe I like you that way. Hey, maybe I like you that way. Maybe yeah. You don't gotta change except yet for the better. You don't gotta blame, just accept what is better. And if you do change, then it's cool, cause you're cool. But it's strange, hey, you ain't so, baby, be cool. You probably saying, he don't understand how the world works. He don't understand how this world hurt. He don't understand what the truth is. He don't understand cause he's stupid. You just putting your faith in the wrong thing. You got everything you want, but it's the wrong thing. In other words, to find yourself, you gotta get outside yourself. It ain't about you, shoot. It ain't about me. Why you looking like that? Ain't that what you believe? But when it come to executing, you don't wanna see. And that's what I'm doing, telling you to just be. Cause baby, I like you that way. Hey, yeah, I like, maybe I like you that way. I like, baby, I like, hey. You don't gotta change except yet for the better. You don't gotta blame, just accept what is better. And if you do change, then it's cool, cause you're cool. But it's strange when you ain't so, baby, be cool. I like you the way you are. You're a star. I know that sound weak, but you are. Maybe I like you that way. 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 You don't gotta change except yet for the better. You don't gotta blame, just accept what is better. And if you do change, then it's cool, cause you're cool. But it's strange when you ain't so, baby, be cool. So stop tripping on everything. Cause I noticed that sometimes when people look in the mirror, they don't see what everyone else sees. And they see like a summation of what they think their flaws are. But it's so much about that makes them unique, that makes them shine brighter than others. It's not the similarities in people that we love. It's the differences. It's the things that make you you. And when you start to accept that about yourself and just trust yourself as is without doing anything, your whole life will change. It's like it's a big shift to just walk around in your skin, just comfortable, just how you are. This doesn't mean that you don't want to still change things about yourself, that you don't want to still grow and evolve, but it means along that process, you're happy along the way. So we talked about, shining your light. We talked about acceptance, but this next thing is most important of all. So when you start to shine your light, or when you start to be around others that are also shining their light, you start to see things about yourself that you ignored. It's brought to the light. You might have been scared of it. You might have pushed it away. You might have anything. You might have been fearful of what you see because, of course, you didn't like it. And so it kind of remained hidden within you and on you. Like you kind of embody this without knowing it. And so you say, oh, I thought this darkness was me, but it's not really me. This is just something I held on to. So it's very important that we begin to let go of the parts that no longer serve us. We can still thank those parts that were there because it was there for a reason. It served its purpose, but now it's time to move on. And so with this next song, Let Go, this is one of the most powerful healing songs ever. Every time you listen to it, you'll hear something new. Many have said how much it's healed them. And I can't actually say heal because we all heal ourselves. We just need to get out of our own way by letting go of the things that don't allow us to be healed. So let's get into it. Why you holding on? You don't need that. They just feeding BS super strong. You don't need that. They telling you that you is on your own. You believe that? You get everything you ever want. You can see that, but you feel it stripped cause your grip tight. Now that grip is a fist. All you wanna do is fight. Now your work don't work and your worth won't rise. You think you just bought your money, but you want what it can't buy. You can never sit alone cause them voices so loud, but you always on your own cause you push them all aside. At least that's what you see when you look through closed eyes, having a bad past contest like you about to win a prize. Like, I had it worse. Nah, I had it worse. Nah, man, I had it worse. Let go. You only scared cause they told you you should be. You only there cause they told you they would be. Why don't you care what I told you you could be? Why you prepare for everywhere but what it could be? Your life is like what you know you not gonna like, but you must like it cause you recite it every night like it's on mics. It's like you change to what you foster. It's like your brain is your imposter. It's like you glory in your story like your brain, your badge of honor. Let go. Why do you stay here? Let's go. Why do you play here? Let's grow. Why do you not do you instead dwell in the hell that you live through? That's old. Remember, only the weak have enemies and the strong have inner peace. Only the weak have enemies and the strong have inner peace. Let go. 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 Hey, hey, what you holding on to? Guilt, pain, shame, man, that's what you don't do. Nah, hey, what you holding on for? Is pain what you wanna be known for? Man, let go. 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 Hey, thinking that you woke, but you still tired. Wanting God to take the wheel, but you still drive. With your half full glasses, are you still blind? Yeah, you look good, but do you feel fine? Hey, yeah, you look good, but do you feel mine? It's yours, nothing is forced. Making these judgments about life, who's your source? Feeling almighty, now you're like, oh Lord, I need a victory. But let me ask you, who are you without your history? Man, everything is, nothing was, created by, with, and for love. One more time. Everything is, nothing was, created by, with, and for love. Let go. Whew. Let go. Let go. Let go. I can say it a million times. It's almost like breathing. Like when you breathe in, you're breathing in the new possibilities of the things that can be, the things you want to align with. And when you breathe out, you're letting go of the things that no longer support you. Thank you, Heather. Wow, you're so inspiring. This is great. Thank you. Yes, you can support my music by, I do have an album out. The songs I'm performing are from the album I Am Nobody, I Am Someone. It's available on all streaming platforms. I even have physical copies if you want to buy that from my website, JClay.org. So yeah, anytime you share it, play it, you're supporting, and I appreciate it. And the thing about letting go is, like, sometimes we go through life without checking in on ourselves to see, like, does this part of me still bring me joy? Like, can I let this part of me go? Am I ready to move on? And we just accumulate things and we just feel heavy. It's just like, why am I so tired? It's because we haven't breathed out. We haven't let those things go that no longer serve us. And the cool thing about it too, though, is that every relationship we have is somewhat of a mirror to where we are. So if we see something that we might not like, it's showing us a part of ourselves that we hid from ourselves, or something that we need to take more notice of. And so, like, I know, like, a lot of times people say, well, JClay, why do you make music like this? It's because not only do I want to experience the highest of the high, I know that I can't do it by myself, because my judgments of the world, so to speak, my perception of the world is not separate from myself. So the more good, the more light I can put into it, the more light I can see that's reflected back to me, that gets, that goes on forever and ever. It has a beautiful ripple effect. And so this is going into the next song, which is I Can't Do This Without You, which I have a very talented singer on there called, her name is Leah Miniker. You'll hear her vocal talents, and it's beautiful. So yeah, I can't do this without you.
I just need you and you to really know.
Yeah.
That you're the main reason that I do this for.
Yeah, the music's on Apple Music, Spotify.
I just can't do this without you.
Everything. Yeah.
You're the space beneath the wind when the wind blows.
Yeah. I used to think that I was all alone, no one who could understand how we could preach peace and then abort the plan, trying to get someone else for the upper hand. We simply fingers fighting on the same hand. One down, that means the load increases. That means we get instructions down in pieces. That means ridding of the weak is a weakness. That means normalcy is in incompleteness. Then this repeated more fall down. The one that think is weak is have to bow down. Now, I'm like all that remains. From your POV, it's middle finger to the game.
I just need you and you to really know. That you're the main reason that I do this for.
You the reason.
You are the reason. I just can't do this without you.
I just can't do it without you.
You're the space beneath the wind when the wind blows.
Hey. I used to think that they were toxic people, ruining my moods, but light shines away the dark, that can't be confused. Light shines away the dark, what remains is true. So how could he ever be negative to you? And how could she never be better in your view? Cause light attracts light, so that negative is you. That means keep your shine on so you can lead the blind home instead of cut them off where you lost like a mind gone. Hey, but it's real though, faking like we arrogant. What's the point of gifts if it ain't no one to share with? Scared of humanity, we treat them like some terrorists. Sharing insanity, we treat it with some therapists. But do they have the cure, or is their view obscure? We share what we want to keep alive. Why endure when we can let it die? As we remain pure, our perception is what birthed it anyway. I'm so sure.
You so sure?
I'm so sure. We think we know the future.
I don't wanna do that cause this gon' happen.
Let me mute you. We all trying to give you these blessings, but then you shoot the messenger, second guessing her just to suit you. Only you can bring to this world what it needs. Let your heart be the guide that you follow as it leads. Conflict was your mind's pick, so don't be sad when it leaves. Cause as you breathe, it's of you, and then to me, and then to you, becomes of me. Yeah, true. Yeah. You are. I just can't do it without you. So thank you. Yeah. When you begin trusting yourself, you begin trusting what you see and trusting those around you. And you begin to see the light in their eyes, which shines the light back into your eyes and just makes the world easier to live, easier to breathe. You see life of a new color, and it's beautiful. And I thank you for it. Yeah. You're my everything. Some you win, some will fall. You're my every spring. So that whenever that you call, I'm there for every ring. And I'm thankful for it all that each every brings. Yeah. And yeah, thank y'all for the beautiful comments. Yeah, it's so powerful when you see the mirror of it all. Like anything you ever want to know about yourself, just look at your relationship to another or your relationship to the world. If you think the world is a terrible place, you might somewhere along the lines think that maybe you yourself are terrible in some ways. I'm not calling you terrible. I don't think anyone is terrible, but it's something that you should pay attention to and say, why do I think that? Because I'm giving meaning to everything in my world. And thank y'all. Thank you. So greatly impressed. Excited to make your favorite playlist. Yes. And so just remember that you have more power than you realize. You have more control over your experience than you realize. And you can really let your heart be the guide. Like your heart is your spirit guides in so many ways, telling you like, hey, it'll be great if you do this. Just try this. Be excited for it. And recognize the fear for what it is. And I think I have time for one more song. I wanna wrap it up in a neat bow. Because you shine your light, you start accepting the things about you that you didn't know were there. You start letting go of the things that no longer serve you, and you appreciate the reflection that you're getting through it all. And the next thing to remember is that no matter the circumstance, no matter what is happening, you can always go up to a higher level. You can always take it higher. And that's what this song is, Take It Higher. That's what this is all about. Let's do it. Yeah. It's kind of like a meditation almost with this. It's a nice calm before the storm. Yeah. The sun shines every single day, and I know exactly where it stays. So I'ma take it high, take it high. I'ma take it high, take it high. Hey, yeah. People think somebody gotta lose. I'ma show you never have to choose. So I'ma take them high, take them high. Hey, I'ma take them high, take them high. Hey, yeah. I had a dream of an awakened state. We all make corrections, we don't make mistakes. We are light reflected, so we always safe. What we see as death is just a change in space. What we see as death is just a shadow or an illusion, confusion, believe lore. A belief in time is to be lived in poor. Since truth is timeless, life is yours. Death cannot exist without life. Death cannot exist within life. So death cannot exist, right? So never shall I give it my light. Never shall I give it my life. So why do we believe in sacrifice? Like what age do you really start dying? Let's just start living, stop trying. Hey, the sun shines every single day, and I know exactly where it stays. So I'ma take it higher, take it high, hey. I'ma take it high, hey, yeah. People think somebody gotta lose. I'ma show you never have to choose. So I'ma take them high, hey. I'ma take them high, hey, hey. Never have I ever, never have I ever been wronged. Never will I ever, never could I ever be alone. I can see in heaven when I'm fully present. Can't take my possessions, now I get the lesson. I can't take my past cause it's not here. I just gotta laugh cause I'm right here. I just had to dwell on it. Every single second holds a special moment, but we make each moment hold a lifetime. Being covered makes it hard to see our light shines. Let the teacher show us happy go-getters, then we pass down fear saying we know better. Every day sending kids to the teachers, but God keeps sending the kids to teach us. Man, the sun shines every single day, and I know exactly where it stays. So I'ma take it high, hey. I'ma take it higher, take it high, hey, yeah. People think somebody gotta lose. I'ma show you never have to choose. So I'ma take them high, hey. I'ma take them high, yeah, hey. I never met a bad person ever. What you show is my reflection, and I'm grateful forever. We seek witnesses to our thoughts, so if I think you out to get me, you just giving me what I bought. So you perceive me as past transgressions. So you never see me, you see past heaven. So you never see me or even anything. Stuck in a world made of dreams. But we all wake when it's time to. And that's my single purpose, is to remind you of what you are. Not what you will be or was, what you are. You are, hush. And that will never change. Even when you let go of who you think you are, you remain. You are formless. You were never born. Ideas were born out of you. Never worship the form. And that will never change. Even when you let go of who you think you are, you remain. You are formless. You were never born. Ideas were born out of you. Never worship the form. Yeah. So thank y'all definitely for allowing me to share my light with you. And hopefully I expose some light that you didn't even know was there about yourself. And you're starting to see yourself in a new light. Again, this album, this particular album, I Am Nobody, I Am Someone, that I shared songs from, is designed to get you from no matter where you are to a higher state. So if you're low, the lowest of the low, is going to get you to the higher state. If you're already high and want to get to the next levels, it does it as well. The cool thing about this music is, like, when I started this, I never really could say that I channeled before, but the way that this music also helps me, and I'm surprised by what comes out, I'm inclined to say that I do channel this. Like, there's a higher force that's coming through me as I create these songs, and I'm sure you can hear it as well. And yeah, I'm just happy to be a beautiful reminder to you all. So yeah, just shine your light. Just be you. Like, you can't go wrong. You can't do it wrong. You are uniquely suited to bring the world to bring to the world everything that you believe it needs, because it does through you. And yeah, if you have any questions, definitely let me know. Yes, Source. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, brother.
Hey.
I'm speechless, man. Like, I've heard you a couple times now, but just your energy, who you are, how you share it is so beautiful, brother.
Thank you.
It really, like, literally makes me emotional. I have, like, tears, like, I'm holding them in.
Well, I will say, for those watching, me and Neil are coming up with a project together. So
yeah,
just stay tuned for that. Yeah,
brother. Yeah, and, like, you know, just speak about that for a second. Yeah. The music you send me challenges me, really, like the beats, your choruses, all of that stuff. And man, I'm just so glad to know you, and what you're doing is exactly what's needed, right? There's a lot of conscious musicians out there, but you have your own twist on it, man. Just like you said, it's not just informational, a lot of intellectual conscious music out there. It's experiential. It's really about, it's listening to you, so inspiring. It makes me want to go and do something for myself and others in life.
Thank you.
So, yeah, man. So I want to bring on Flo, because he's my brother, also hip hop artist in the next room. He is loving your music, and Lori as well. So let's bring them on here.
All right. Appreciate it.
Man, that was a vibe. Thank you so much for sharing those, blasting us with such beautiful energy.
Thank you.
I was dancing. That was so great. That's so what we need, is like the celebration, the positive upliftment.
Yeah.
We can sometimes so get lost in, you know, in the wrongness of what's happening, or, you know, as we're waking up to just some of the darkness that's being revealed. And that is medicine. Your music is medicine. It's like, so just, people don't always realize that when we, you know, when we dance, when we smile, when we sing, the physiological response that happens in our body is automatic healing. And that's exactly what you're saying. Your music is healing.
Yeah. Thank you. And to your point too, like, it takes away the perceived power from the dark. And you see, in some ways, the dark is kind of light as well, because it shows you a part of yourself too that you never appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Even right now, I mean, I'm in Florida. You can probably see some of the weather behind me, and you know, we're just sort of getting the beginnings of the storm. And I just am aware how many people are putting their attention on the fear of it, rather than recognizing right here, right now, they can bring the energy of joy. Music, your music is the energy of joy. And when you bring the energy of joy, or another form of energy similar to that, like, you know, inspiration, love, like all those things were invoked, I was feeling with your music, like that music, that kind of energy, that's just, the storm has no power over that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
And somebody asked it in my own Apple Music. Yes, Apple Music, Spotify. Every song that I made that's released from 2019 and on is Love and Light. I didn't remove my old music, because I know sometimes people want to see the journey. My old music wasn't negative. It just wasn't wholly positive, if that makes sense. So just that disclaimer there, if you find something that's from like 2011 or something. But yeah.
We get to see
Not
your
that-
evolution. That means you have evolved. That is a testament to your own inner growth and transformation. That's beautiful. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's
my
a beautiful
old YouTube
thing.
channel, my old videos are not representative of who I am anymore. They're just a representation of who I was. So I totally get that. That's awesome. We get to see your growth through your music.
You know, one of the lines you said that really resonated the most, and maybe I'm butchering it a bit, so you tell me. It's not about who you was. It's about what you are, what it is, what is, not what was.
Right.
Yeah,
I can't remember it now since it's outside of the song, but yeah, who you are, not where you will be or was, but who you are.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. We have the moment to reinvent ourselves and push the reset button in every second of the day.
Yes.
Yeah, brother.
Moment.
Yeah, man. Just basking in this frequency of what you created, man. And it's when it comes to music, you know, I love that we're incorporating more music now, and you're coming on more often, and we're doing things together. It's because, as we know, the music industry in general has been corrupted, and music has not been there to empower us, but to disempower us and feed into distractions and chaos and distortions. And really, right now is the time for us to really promote and put forward the music that actually corrects that distortion. Right.
Yes.
What do you think it is that really inspires you when you like? What is it that just how do you get inspired? What inspires you when you're writing, when you're putting your music together? What is it, like a voice in your head, or is it just a beat you hear, or what?
But it's all of the above. So like sometimes it may just be the music itself. It's just a good vibe, and I want to kind of see what this track is trying to pull out of me. But at the same time, sometimes I hear people talk about things and they repeat the same cycle of things that don't lead them to the light or don't lead them to their joy. And I want to speak on it in a way that they'll understand it. Not necessarily by saying, how do I say this? I'm trying to say this without sounding like I'm ungrateful of the spiritual text. I know sometimes people will reference a spiritual text and says, this spiritual text says this. I want people to just get it from where they are now without having to reference anything, but just in this particular moment. And so I try to look for creative ways to teach that, because it's not easy. Because sometimes we all have that basis of meaning, like somebody told us something or we read somewhere, but I want us to use our own experience or just our own logic to get it.
Mm-hmm. How do you know when you're writing or you're putting something together? Does something go off and you're like, oh, this is good. This is really good.
Honestly, yes. Like I'm right. I'm like, ooh.
When I was listening, I was like, this is good. Yeah. How does that? What happens in you when that happens?
Yeah, I feel it. It's almost like I can't wait to put this song out because it's so powerful. But again, like it's helping me too. It's not a one-way thing. It's total. It's like, wow, I never thought about it like this before. And even that weirds me out because I'm the one that's writing it and I guess I'm channeling it. So it's like, wow, this is amazing information. So thank you, higher power, universal love, all of that.
Yeah. So true. The best work that we do is always when we allow the divine to work through us.
Yes.
And you can tell that, I mean, your music has the energy of joy. It really, and that is divine energy.
Thank you.
Yeah. We get to dance and we get to feel it and have a smile on our face and at the same time be activated. Yeah. Are you okay with all these compliments? It's like 30 minutes. It's like the opposite of a roast. It's the opposite of a roast right here.
I appreciate
another
it.
hour of complimenting you.
But no, it's just showing me that it's needed. Because I mean, even me, like sometimes I might like, well, people might not care about this type of music. Maybe I shouldn't make a song today or something. But hearing this is like, I get the message, Spirit. Thank you.
I love that you just said that. I mean, so many people have that and see part of what's going on right now. And I know so much of what I help people with is about really allowing the divine to work through them. And this is what you're saying. So many people have that thought like, oh, you know, maybe nobody will like this, or maybe this won't be that good, or maybe people won't approve of it. But if the divine is inspiring through you, you can't not do it. And then when you see the result of it, just from like people giving you that feedback, yes, you know, you're on the right path, but you cannot do that, right? Like this is what you're born to do. This is what you're meant to do. And hopefully other people will hear that story you just said and say, oh, because so many times people will block themselves from allowing their magnificence to come through with that voice that says, oh, I'm not good enough. Oh, it won't work. Oh, it won't be, nobody will like it. Oh, it won't be, who am I to do it? And you're the demonstration of how you're saying, I'm not going to listen to that voice. I'm going to let the divine use me.
Yeah, man. You are JClay. You are an artist through and through, brother. And your the track that you sent me to create some lyrics to, that chorus is honestly one of the best choruses I've ever heard. You know, and I can't wait to. That's why I'm taking my time with it, because it's like so beautifully put together, man. And I just appreciate you very much. I know you also have music videos. Your music videos are really amazing that go with these songs. So can you maybe share? Can you share where people can find those?
Oh yeah, if you if you go on my YouTube, you'll be able to find it. So also on my website, jclay.org, I link all the videos there, but they're all housed on YouTube. And actually, also I put the music videos on Apple Music as well, so you can see the videos from there too.
That was amazing. I was having some technical difficulties on my camera, but this feeling the joy frequencies, and I kept telling Neil, you know, music speaks louder than words. So it's such an honor to receive that, and it's so embedded in our culture. We are a singing species. We've been singing since the moment we arrived onto planet Earth, and we're reweaving that. And you don't have to go too deep into the dark forces, how they've manipulated that. But thank God we have people like you coming out and rewiring the game. So just big love and blessings. And you probably have like 100 people subscribing to you after reading the chat.
I hope so. So thank you.
You guys, hey Neil, do you want to share any more about your shared project, or does that have to stay behind the scenes until you're ready, till a perfect time?
Well, I'll share this. So, like we wanted to do something since we met about a year ago, and finally we connected for a song, and it's like, okay, what do we do with it? Should we just release this, or let's do something more? And we both agreed, like we just felt that something more is needed, because the reason I love this collaboration, it brings a new dimension to the music. Like even though I'm in a sense channeling the spirit, letting spirit flow through me, it's still tied to my energy. And I feel like no matter who you are in contact with, you create like a mastermind, like another energy that's higher than the sum total of the individual energies. And so I can't wait to do this project.
Yeah, beautifully said. I really can't add too much more to that, except for, the same thing. I met JClay, and I wanted to figure out how we can work together. Didn't know if it was going to be voiceovers for his videos that he's creating. And because I have stories on ancient history and extraterrestrials, and I figured maybe we can plug that in. And then we Zoomed a few months ago, and we're like, okay, how do we start? And it was like, well, we both create music, send me a song. And so hopefully we'll be doing 4 or 5 tracks, and we'll release it.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing, but it's just the beginning really of what we're going to be creating together. Yeah, I'm excited.
1 and 1 is not 2. 1 and 1 is 11. The power of 2 is the power of 11.
Yeah, put it together like that. So JClay, and Flo and I were talking the other day, just yesterday actually, about the music industry and how to heal it, or just music in general, healing music. And we came up with the title for a festival, Heal the Music Festival. Okay.
Ooh,
and
I love that.
So we're starting to kind of feel into it, but we're thinking an online event, Heal the Music Festival, and then a live event that goes worldwide, where we're literally just doing the most conscious, uplifting music. Probably my favorite genres are hip hop and reggae. So I'm just letting you know right now, and I think we should create this, man. Take this around the world.
Yes, it's time. I was at a house concert on New Year's Day, and we had some people. This was in San Diego, and we had some people from the music industry who were deep in the game, and we had some conscious musicians who were new to and sharing the good energy. And many of these people who were deep in the current day music world were like begging the conscious musicians to take over, because there's so much crazy stuff, as we're starting to see, coming up to the surface, and it's been used to manipulate us. It's certain frequencies, certain lyrics, and I think all of us can attest, I grew up on hip hop, and I'm pretty sure you did, and Neil did. And I grew up on like the most grimy gangster hip hop possible. And it's crazy. Same. And I just had like this natural desire to alchemize it when I became more awake. Yeah. So this is the way, my friend.
Yes, let's do it.
I love it. I'm all for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Love you, brother. Thank you, JClay, for being here and closing us out for today.
Thank you so much for your brilliance, your magnificence.
All right, we'll talk later, brother.
All right,
take care.
Thanks.
And everybody, once again, JClay on all platforms. Please do check him out. What a beautiful day!
Wow.
Perfect way to close it out. Yeah,
another fabulous portal to Ascension
really day. I'm feeling very inspired today. It's insane, like, doing a lot of events, but the level of inspiration from what is being shared, and also the grounded tools, receiving those downloads, but then things that I could really wrap my head around to improve my life and my family and people around me. And then with this music at the end, it's just really, I don't know, I feel just like inspired to keep going,
Yeah, I feel that I had that today too. I got some really good awarenesses on things that I could do to really be of service in a more profound way too.
Yes. So, all right, everybody, we're about to close out in a second here. So go ahead. I'd love to hear I know you guys are commenting quite a lot, but if you have anything else to share, anything you want to put into the field for today, we're going to close.
Any big ahas you may have learned today? Anything big takeaways?
Anything that stood out for you? Anything you're excited for? Or even maybe just a word that is coming up in your field. What are you feeling?
Melissa says she said, awesome day, you all. Beautiful blend of energies and great information. That's awesome. We love your feedback. That's a way of giving back. Love that.
Yeah, I'm buzzing actually. I feel like I'm feeling like the vibration in my body.
Yeah, it's a lot of energy for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the way to close this out today, day 2 ceremony. I love the fact that we're starting every day with a little bit of silence and connecting, and then at the end of the day as well. And I'm just realizing, I don't know what the quote is, but when 2 or more get together, meditate. I think I made that up.
Like wherever 2 or more are gathered in my name.
Hey, there we go. Something along those lines. But when we are, 2,000 people already since we stopped the stream yesterday, day 1, 2,000 additional people watched that stream since yesterday in 24 hours. Okay. So this is going to, and that was this morning. So I don't know where it's at now. We're going to have a lot more people tuning in here. And so when we are gathering on this level with so much awareness, it's a great thing for us just to really sit with our intention. And the earth is a quantum particle, just like we have within us. We have the ability to infuse it with the consciousness, and infusing the timeline is literally the action of getting all that we've shared, all that we're feeling, all the inspiration, and sharing it with the collective. So I would love for us to go ahead and close out with that. So I'm going to get into that in a second. We'll put on a little galaxy video to give some visual effects here. Lori, before we do that, anything else you want to share?
I just want to once again honor all the speakers, all of the participants for being the light and not only holding and being the light, but really anchoring in the frequencies of joy, of love, and of the frequencies that we want more of, inspiration, divine inspiration, etc. So, and especially honor you for creating this event and bringing us all together. And
thank you.
Yeah, more great stuff ahead. If you like what's come so far, hang on to your seats.
I know, right?
Better. That's what I want to say. I just want to say, don't worry. It's going to keep getting better.
It is. And we have 9 more days left, guys. So this is day 2, and we'll just keep building up the energy. Actually, I wanted to, before I do that little closing, I was going to share the schedule for tomorrow just to show you what's coming up. So let's go ahead and just show you that really quick here. Again, one more plug for the cruise, galacticorigins.cruise.com. If you guys want to join us, galacticorigins.cruise.com, check it out. Rooms are actually going very quickly. And if you want to donate, I put it in the chat. I'll just say it out loud. PayPal.me/portal, the number 2 ascension. PayPal.me/portal, the number 2 ascension. If you want to contribute and help us with creating this event and more. And now here is the schedule for tomorrow. It's also on the event here. So Wednesday, October 9th, complete, mission accomplished. Thursday, October 10th, tomorrow, 10:10. We're starting with Althea Light Codes. She's going to be bringing in some galactic awareness, some light language. We're going to have Debbie Dashinger. She's going to be doing shamanism from the indigenous world, mostly South America, and plant medicine connected to extraterrestrials. Anita Morgiani, who a lot of you might know, she is one of the foremost speakers in the world on near-death experiences. She's going to be speaking about her NDE and the awareness that she got from the other side. Flo Kruna, who you just saw sitting next to me, and he's going to be presenting as well too tomorrow. He's a channel for multiple star races, and also the wisdom that he gets from there is a plethora of awareness. And then we have Jehan Sathor, who's going to be probably speaking on something to do with our psychology and healing traumas. That's his forte, really. Sarah Brexman Cosme, no idea what she's speaking on, but she has wrote a book on Hypnosis Guide to Atlantis, Hypnosis Guide to Lemuria, Hypnosis Guide to Avalon. She's a QHHT practitioner, has done a lot of hypnotherapy sessions on life between lives, extraterrestrial lives, and she's going to be speaking about a lot of the wisdom and awareness that she's been collecting. Is very different, but also in the realm of Debbie Solaris, because she's been just getting all this data. She even has some data on specific traits of humans and which star races they come from. The specific traits when it comes to eye color and different things on our body, even lines on our hands, from her hundreds of hypnotherapy sessions. Deborah Giusti, one of my best friends, great friend, and biggest supporter for Portal to Ascension. She's been supporting me since almost day one in really helping me get people out to my events in the beginning when we weren't, we weren't at the level that we are now. And then we're going to end it out with some music again. Michael De Maria, Grammy-nominated native flute player. This is going to be such a beautiful, harmonious experience to end the day tomorrow. So we have another fun-filled and expansive day. And then we keep going from there. Okay, so thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and put you in the green room, Lori, and we're going to do this galaxy here. I just want to check your comments, see if there's anything else that you're sharing. All right. So thank you all. Appreciate every single one of you. And let's take a moment here to really tune in. There's been a lot of awareness, a lot of information, a lot of expansion, many different frequencies that we've experienced today. There's more yet to come. And in this moment, just like Zoe was sharing, let's take a moment just to feel how our body feels. Explore your brain, your head. Feel the energy in there. Is it pulsating? Is it hot, cold, itchy? How about your face? Is there anxiety? Is there peace? Just observe how you feel in your cerebral area. Now start moving down your body into your neck. Are you able to tune in and just to feel the subtle vibration in your body? Is there bliss? Are you comfortable? Are you uncomfortable? Are you tense? Are you relaxed? Not giving it any energy except for observing how you feel. Moving into your shoulder blades, down your back. And now explore the whole of your torso and your chest, your back, and your body. Just feel it. The way out is through. The way to the cosmos and the galactic connection is through our own bodies. We don't need to escape. The way to empowerment, to liberation, is through the vehicle that we've been gifted. The way to the singularity is through the quantum particles within our body. Continue to feel down your legs, your knees, your feet. Now your whole body. Try not to react to any sensation. Try not to move if you don't have to. And just sit with who you are in complete acceptance of yourself now. All that was shared today has been processed through your mind, through your heart, through your soul, and is existing in your body. All this awareness, as we all know that we are part of a collective. We are part of everybody on Earth, everybody in the cosmos. That there is an infinite field of frequency, and we're one of the waves in the ocean. But we are always connected to that ocean. With our intention, with our breath, we can intentionally send what we have experienced today and all the awareness that is being shared into the collective field. We're going to take 3 breaths in, and I invite you, when you take the breath in, take it from a place of expansion, of liberation, of full experiencing. Experience your breath fully. Feel it go in your lungs. Feel it expand in your lungs. Feel the life force of the oxygen and the breath that we're gifted. And when we exhale, imagine the light in our body multiplying and going through our body, into our feet, into the earth. And then the whole earth lighting up with the frequency that we're putting into the planet. We're going to do this 5 times. We're going to breathe in, fill the lungs, see the light in our body, and then when we breathe out, feel that frequency go into the earth. To heal the earth, to create harmony on the planet, to create harmony with people, animals, plants, insects, to create harmony with the weather systems, to create harmony, to create peace where there's war, to create awareness where there's chaos, to create awareness where there's ignorance. The next exhale will start with 1 of 5 breaths. Deep inhale, filling your body with the oxygen, imagining the light in all of the pores in your body. Now breathe it down into the earth. Inhale, filling the light into the body. Breathe it through your feet, into your toes, and into the earth. Harmony, awareness, peace. Breathe in. Breathe out. Harmony, awareness, peace. Breathe in. Filling your body. Breathe out through your toes. Breathe in. And breathe out the frequency into the earth. Breathe in again, one last time. Big inhale. And let it go into planet Earth, into Mother Earth with a big sigh. It is time for humanity to awaken. Not from a place of fear, not from a place of lack, not from a place of regret, but to leave the old paradigm with gratitude for the experiences that it provided us. To thank the darkness and the darkness within ourselves for giving us the opportunity to grow so that we can see the light. The time that humanity has spent going through the tunnel is a dark tunnel, but at the end of the tunnel is the light. And as we go through that darkness, as we go through these challenges, as so much of humanity suffers from lack of awareness, from ignorance, from amnesia, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. And it is now time for humanity to enter that reality. It is now time for us to awaken to a greater truth. It is now time for all of us to remember. It is now time for us to remember. It is now time for us to remember. One last inhale, everybody. Let it go. All right, everybody. Love you all very much. Thank you so much for being a part of today. Appreciate every single one of you. And we're going to keep going. So see you guys tomorrow and the next day and the next day. And we'll continue this awareness and move forward. Love you all. Have a beautiful night or day where the rest of you, wherever you are on the planet. Take care and we'll see you tomorrow.